We had margins of error as well that we're getting better at. And we are within the guidelines, I believe, right now of the Department of Justice and what those errors are. But I would say not necessarily apples to apples. I couldn't guarantee that because we did have some hiccups along with probably every other police department in the nation, switching from something we've been doing since 1930 to then switching to something brand new. And the reporting requirements are different. There's growing pains.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think it's always good, of course, when you're switching from something that is so old, and that was the year, by the way, the year my dad was born. So I think it's, with the bells and whistles that we're getting today's technology, I think it's important. And understandably, but because of the concerns of not just myself, but our other council members, including the mayor, regarding the statistics that was reported and being compared to, I just want to make sure that so what you're saying is that it may be there's a chance that it is maybe wrong there, or it's all because you're on that learning curve. But so the goals of NIBRS, as stated here, crime reporting, are to enhance quantity, quality, and timeless of crime data. So I guess we are looking forward to, I guess more detailed reporting, if I may, in the future, correct?
That is correct. So going to NIBRS, they've added, I believe, over 40 fields for us to report in. There's more demographics involved in it with the suspects, the victims, information we did not compile and report to the Department of Justice. We are going to now. So ultimately, when all the agencies are on board and work out their problems as well, we'll get a more thorough look at who's committing crime, who's the victim of crimes, and all the additional crimes that are being committed since the 1930s. So it's definitely a more robust reporting system. So
where I'm getting at is, of course, it's going to help you stay, I guess it's a must-have, the NIBRS crime reporting software, if I may. But in the future, is it going to help you allocate your resources, I hope, and operate your department and allocate the resources, or profiling your, the criminals or whatnot, in the different categories? Does it help you do that, do you think?
Yes, it will.
That's very interesting, by the way. I just thought it may help you, and I hope it will.
Yes, it will. And the technology, yes, the lifeline basically of the police department when it comes to these things is our CAD and RMS system. RMS stands for Records Management System. That's what compiles all this data for us, and then it's transmitted to the Department of Justice.
Thank you.
Plus internally as well. So we do have that, and we are trying to upgrade those things to keep up with the technology and the requirements.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
to receive and file.
No, you go ahead.
Second.
Motion on the floor.
Motion made by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion made by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to receive and file City of Westminster crime statistics, a first quarter comparison for 2023 and 2024. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
I have a motion carried 5-0.
Next item is 3.7, approve and authorize execution of amendment number 6 to cooperative agreement number C5 through 3615 between Orange County Transportation Authority, which is OCTA, and the City of Westminster for I-405 improvement projects. Who called this? Who pulled this item?
That would be me, Mayor.
Okay, so you recognize Councilmember Mazur.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to, I know we're extending it for all the administrative costs that it's going to take to keep going with the program. I know my question is, when are we going to complete the unfinished products throughout our city?
Well, I can answer that question, sir. So as you know, we're nearing 20 years of supporting the 405 project. OCTA is the lead agency on that. And when you think about the 405 project, other than the headache and construction we've dealt with over the years, there's several things you need to consider. Is first of it, infrastructure improvements that have been brought to our city. We're close to $30 million of improvements. We've been able to expand some parks. We've been able to upgrade our traffic signals. There's also pavement money that's still being negotiated, right? This item tonight focuses on additional additional funds that can be utilized to support the project. After 20 years of supporting the project, every penny that the city has put into it in the form of staff hours has been reimbursed through these cooperative agreements. To answer your question.
I get that. Yeah.
To get to your question, yeah. So to get to your question, the contractor is trying to leave the city. That this happens. This is my second design build. I worked with Jake on a previous design build with the 22. And the contractor left without executing all of the punch list. That was, in the past, not a decision that Jake and I were responsible for. But I can guarantee you that every punch list item will be addressed. And it's currently being discussed at the highest levels between our city manager and the CEO of OCTA. We meet weekly with them. We remind them weekly. Our staff does, actually. They have weekly meetings to keep advancing this forward. They are having some problems with the contractor, but I can assure you that all of the issues that have been identified in our punch lists will be addressed. I can't give you a time at this time, but I can tell you that they're feeling the pressure from not just our city, all of the cities, in addition to Caltrans, who is going to be taking over the freeway back into their possession once the OCTA finishes their project. There's a lot of pressure on them right now.
So on our part, all the walkthrough has been done and the punch list is complete as far as listing the items, the unfinished items that we have done that, our team has done that?
There's a master list right now that we have, but some of the assessments, we're giving them an opportunity to come back to us with what they feel is appropriate. In some cases, there's video footage that was taken of all of our roadways. So they're looking through that video footage. We've identified everything. They're now vetting our requests, and then we're going to have to come together and agree on something. But there's a lot of unfinished work out there, and there's a lot of rejected items. So there's a lot of concrete work. There's a lot of sidewalk, ramps. There's a lot of works that we are rejecting. So it's not just identifying and accepting, but it's actually rejecting a lot of the work.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not doing something to hold them up for they're waiting on us. If it's waiting on them, we need to put pressure on them to complete the unfinished products.
They're feeling the pressure right now. Like I said, we currently had a meeting about a month ago where we thanked all the staff members for everything that they've done to get the project to where it's at. And then we filled the room with the city managers from every city along the corridor, including their top executives. And we let them know that there's some serious issues that need to be worked out. So it is being handled at the highest levels.
Okay, that's what I got. Thank you for your report. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adolfo, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Okay, so I was looking at this, and I just feel like there's no, I guess the amount, there's no end in sight, it seems like. I know 2016, you guys approved $1,200,000. The old council have approved for this 405 improvement project. And then not only that, in 2020, February, $623,888. September 2020, $838,791. And then the following year, October 21st, 2021, we approved almost $1 million. And then April 5th, 2023, which is last year, we approved, August, we approved $590, right?
Correct.
And then now this year, we want to amend number 6, and that will add to $177,000 to it. So total of the whole project for the 405 freeway improvement, it comes to $4,428,331. So this coming out of the general fund, is that correct?
This is all money coming into the city from OCTA. So they're paying us to support their project. Just for the staff charges and just for us hiring extra help to help keep their project moving along, they are paying us to support them. To date, it's $4 million, like you just stated.
If you add all that
If you
together.
all of that. So that's money coming to the city. And the reason, it's a good question, the reason there is no end, right, is because the delivery method for this project is referred to as a design-build project. Unlike when you do a simple, small project, you design it 100% and then you go and get a contractor to build it. This delivery method allows them to hire a contractor and the design and the construction goes at the same time. It saves on time, but pinpointing the cost is more difficult to do. At the end of the day, it's less money to everybody, less money to the taxpayers, but it's difficult to not have a penciled dollar amount when you're designing as you go.
Okay,
that's
so
why
they
it's
have
still
paid the
ongoing.
city to date, which is, when we amend number 6, it'll be $4,428,331, right?
Yes, upon your approval of this. correct.
Okay, so then, does all that money go into the general fund, or where is it going to?
It's a good question. All that money goes to, and for this particular subject matter, which is the cooperative agreement, all of it is going to support our staff. If we have to hire consultants to help the project move along, that's being paid for. When Jones and Mayer has to be a part of meetings, all of their billing is paid for by this. When the planners and community development have to work with us on the 405, all of their money goes into this as well. So it's paying for all of those services.
Okay. All right, that's good. Because I was looking on the next page after that in revised Schedule A. I guess my question is, I don't see, right here, it says review and approve of planning specific. Which consultant did we use for that?
Are you
On
referring to
page-
one of the amendments?
I don't know what page this is. What page is this?
Oh. So what we did for this project, we went out with an RFP at the beginning of the 405 project, and we assembled competitively. They all competed to be on our list. We assembled a bench of consultants that would help us with water quality, traffic, pavement management, construction management, and also planning. So all of these consulting firms were brought on board by the city, and all of their bills have been paid for out of this fund. But they were competitively bid. We did not, there was no discretion to who we brought on. We went out and got competitive, we went through the RFP process to onboard consultants that could
So a
help us
total
with
of
this.
3 different consultants for this?
It's a lot more than that.
Okay.
And the particular consultants have dropped off depending on where we've been over the past, many years of constructing the project. So early on, there was a lot of plan review. Those consultants are gone. Now there's a lot more field inspections because we're almost done. Those consultants are on board. I don't have a total number, but definitely more than 10, I would say, over the course of the project.
Okay, so I guess, are there any money that's left that can go into fixing our streets or roads?
There is another discussion happening. So we received money for initial pavement. We obviously knew that there was going to be a need for more because we knew that they were going to damage more than what they said they were going to damage. That conversation is also ongoing right now, where we're negotiating additional funding. I won't give the dollar amount right now because it's in negotiations, but it's a significant amount of money that would come to address paving near and around the 405 construction areas.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, is there any motion for?
Motion to approve.
I second it.
Okay, motion and second on the floor. Motion by Councilmember Menzo and seconded by Councilmember West.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to approve Amendment Number 6 to Cooperative Agreement. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is item 3.8, resolution authorizing the city manager, the public works director to execute agency state master agreement number 12-5338 S21 and all program supplements federal and state funded projects. Who got this?
I pull
Okay,
it.
all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember West, you
Thank you,
recognize.
Mr. Mayor. So Jake, I was looking through this, and I was wondering how much, I guess, relief fund did we receive?
That's a good question. We received $268,539 from that fund.
Okay. All right, and were we able to utilize all of that fund without tapping into our general fund?
Actually, this fund that we use toward the improvement of Magnolia Street, and this is just a portion of the cost, and then we use the agreement with OCTA, which is about $600-something thousand for the improvement as well, and then others come out of user tax, highway user tax or MESAMs. So no general fund being used toward the improvement of the project.
Okay, that's perfect. That's all I have a question for you for. Anybody else? No, I motion to approve.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm the one who pulled 3.8 also.
Oh, sorry.
The question for staff and Jake also. How is the council know that the funds coming in and how much we receive? Do we have like a report, monthly report, or like yearly report?
As far as total grant that the city apply, well, this is one time that we received back in 2021 from the COVID fund through OCTA, and there was an agreement to receive that fund. And in order for the city to receive any state or federal funding, then we have to go through Caltrans process. And this is the item that to have the master agreement with Caltrans. And then any project that we add on later on for state and federal, there will be a supplemental agreement. So to answer your question, this is only one-time fund that we received, so it's not an ongoing.
Okay, and this is for staff. I remember like months ago, we decided to hire what we call third-party consultant, right? The one that responsible for writing all the granting requests. So how do we know if we got the money? And that's my question.
No, this is without Townsend. Sure. So you're talking about Townsend, the consultants are doing
Right.
it. So I think that we'll give it an update of what kind of grant or how much we receive to the council. I think we can bring it back and update the council how much. So far, Is this a part of their effort? No, this is not. This is, like I said, this is in 2021 that we apply for this. So this is not part of the 1,000. Yeah.
So to piggyback on that, so Townsend is not involved with this particular grant, but if you're asking about when you would be notified that we have captured a grant, exactly. It would most likely be from myself in my weekly reports to the council. We had announced recently that we are potentially capturing funding for Safe Routes to School, which we're going to explain, and that was included in my weekly update, so we would continue to provide that update.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Sorry. A motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen to adopt a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the Mayor of Westminster, California, approving Master Agreement Number 12-5338S21 between the City of Westminster and the State Department of Transportation, and authorizing the execution of the Master Agreement and supplemental agreements for federal and state-funded projects." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. May I ask who pulled item 3.9 and who pulled item 3.10?
I did. Can you hear me?
3.9?
Yeah,
How about
3.9 and
3.10?
3.10, yes, I
Okay.
did.
All right, so 3.9, adoption of plans and specifications and authorization to solicit construction bids for the playground renovation project for Tony Lam Park. Councilmember West, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jake, I guess I was reading the staff report under, I guess, the third paragraph at the end there. Director has approved the plans and specification of the bidding. Engineer estimate the playground install will be $260,000. Is this money coming out of our park account, which we have, or is it through a grant?
So we applied for the CDBG fund for this project, and back in December 2023, the mayor and the council approved the purchasing of the equipment, which is about $200,000. So we have a balance about $182,000. It depends on when we advertise and we receive the bid. If it come in over the amount of $182,000, we will ask some allocation from park dedication funds to make up the difference.
Okay, so when you say 182,000 extra on top of 260,000?
No, we have currently 182 in the balance.
Okay,
We estimate 260 for the construction, so if actually the bid come in around that number, if it's more than 182 that we have in the balance, we will ask some allocation from party dedication funds.
okay, that's perfect, thank you. And then, didn't we have a consultant team to get state and federal funding, which is, and I was thinking, future planning. I know that we're trying to remodel a lot of parks in our city. Are we going to use Townsend to help us get those grants for our parks?
So
Adolfo?
we have regular meetings with Townsend where we
Okay.
discuss all grants, all possibilities of grants. In years past, departments kind of did it on their own, and bringing Townsend on board, and with Christine's direction, there's a clearinghouse for all grant efforts, including the efforts that are going on in the police department. So we are on top of that.
That's awesome, thank you. And that's all I have,
Is
Mr.
there a
Mayor.
motion to approve?
Motion to
I
approve.
motion, I second it.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, I can second it.
All right, motion by me, I guess, and seconded by Councilmember West.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded.
No, I take it back. I think Councilmember Menzo moved to approve that. So seconded by Councilmember West.
Fan West, okay. Motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West to approve the plans and specifications for the playground renovation project for Tony Lam Park and authorize the Public Works Director or City Engineer to approve minor modifications to the plans and specifications to accommodate requested revisions from public safety and utility agencies, and authorize the Public Works Department to advertise and solicit construction bids for said project. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, we come to the last item from the consent calendar. 3.10, second reading on adoption of ordinance number 2611, amending Title 2.04, Administration and Personnel, City Council of the Westminster Municipal Code, adding section 2.04.135, electronic filing of campaign disclosure information. This item was pulled by Councilmember West, so you are now recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Adolfo, I understand that this is going to save us time and effort, right, with electronic filing for the city. So in that way, it's conveniency, is that correct?
And those questions that could be addressed by
City
by our
manager.
Yeah,
city
it's actually not an Adolfo question, and unfortunately, my clerk is not here today. She's out, she's at a conference representing the clerk profession in the city of Westminster, so I will certainly respond to that. So in order to have electronic filing of campaign disclosures, we do have to adopt an ordinance. The cost for this is an additional $2,000 a year to what we currently do electronic filing anyway. So right now, when you submit your 700 forms, you're doing it online. It does save on costs in terms of staff time and, of course, photocopies as well, because we do have members of the public that request photocopies. So by using an electronic filing system such as this one, it's transparent, it's easy to use. For the convenience of your treasurers and your any respective campaign treasurer that'll be filing with us, it's easy to just go online, file it. The information will be there. Any information that would be redacted would automatically be redacted through the system. So it actually saves our staff time from having to manually scan and QC all of the campaign disclosures that come in, and it's also easier to track. And there's a comprehensive way of keeping track of all of the filings for a particular committee. So it saves time, it saves money in the long run, and it is definitely just easier to use and transparent.
Okay, I do see it here. It does provide free charges to file and also public for viewing filing. Now, I did see on here, it says that with the disclosure, it will be economic interests by elected official, meaning publicly disclose personal asset and income.
Where are you looking?
Which is on page 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth page in the middle, the purpose and authorized authority.
Okay, purpose and authority.
So basically, it says basically the statement and statements of economic interest by elected official. So I did look it up. It means publicly disclose personal assets and income. And I know, where our state is going to. I do value privacy as well. It does. I know we already have the ability, whoever wants to get a PRA through the state, they have that procedure to go through. But then with this, they're able to just look online of your asset and your personal income and asset, and it seems kind of like intruding into privacy.
So those are just laws that we have to comply by. So those are things that, as an elected official, you're required to file anyway. So by having it online, it gives an easier access. But by no means would we prevent anyone from, if anyone wanted to come in to get a copy, we're required to give them a copy. If they've asked for an email copy, would be required anyway. Doesn't have to be, can be completely anonymous with some, spammed email. If upon request, we would be required to provide it. So regardless, the information that you're having to provide, such as your income, your assets, et cetera, that's just the law that you have to abide by as an elected official.
Right. I know that with the state, you guys just go through the state and get that copy, or even within the city as well, if it meets the requirement, and to get those information. But what I'm saying is, I do value. I know where our state is going, where it's leading, but I do value privacy, but I also value transparency. So with that, I have no other questions. So I motion to approve as is, unless someone else have a question.
I second.
Okay. Motion on the floor, moved by Councilmember West, second by Vice Mayor Ho.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fountain West, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to conduct a second reading and adopt ordinance number 2611, entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Title 2.04 of the Westminster Municipal Code, adding 2.04.135 to mandate electronic and paperless filing of campaign finance disclosure statements by elected officials, candidates, or committees. Read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Actually, I have one question to ask before I cast my vote. So once we implement this, what we call the electronic filing of campaign disclosure information, we still accept filing in person, right?
If you wanted to do a paper filing,
It's required, it's a mandated process, but there are exceptions. So for disability, or if the system's down. So we're prepared to take those. I'm not sure, it's supposed to be a mandatory system.
Right, because if we don't have that,
So what you're trying to say?
I propose to-
You're saying that there's no option to file paper?
because I think, tech savvy, because a lot of people, I think, have a problem uploading stuff and, scanning and uploading. So if possible, I prefer to modify the motion to add, to add the filing in paper.
Yeah, it may be that we have to do it this way, and this is what the state's telling us. I wouldn't want to change it unless we look into that first to see what's possible. The way it's currently worded is near the bottom of 2611.2 is that electronic filing is mandatory unless the officer, candidate, or committee is determined to be exempt as described in Government Code 8415, subsection A. So I'd need to really look at that. There may be some discretion there, but I don't want to say right now that I think the intent there is that the state wants these things to be filed online for greater disclosure to the public, that sort of thing. But it does provide options to do a paper filing in appropriate situations.
What situation would that be?
yes, look at the code.
And
Yeah,
who is
I'd have to
making
look
that
at the
decision?
code.
The government code makes the decision, but he has to look
Yeah.
up what that code is, so.
If you want to, I could look and we could come back to that.
Yes, I guess the word mandatory is very important to us, that we have to, obey the law for that. And, if there's any certain exception, then we can take it
Well, it's,
offline.
yeah, it's like our 700 forms, for example, that is filed online, and a lot of, like the county, for example, has it where you do it online, but there's generally two options. So one is like a fill in the box, as you go through the system, you're typing it in like you're typing in an electronic application form. So you're not essentially uploading anything, like you're not scanning and uploading a file. So there's that option. Consequently, there is a back-end option that we have, that if you were to file a paper filing, it could also be uploaded. So I don't know if that really, helps answer the question, but there is that option. So if it's,
All right, let me ask this question. For five of us on this dais, who make the electronic file?
Like who does it?
like who does the campaign disclosure filing now?
Right,
or-
the 700 forms.
Oh,
Everybody does.
Everyone,
I
but I do paper, we've been
Because
doing
when
paper.
because when I look at it, and it's like a Greek to me. I couldn't find a way to file. Okay, so if I am an engineer and I can find a way to do it, and then somebody else gonna have a problem with it.
did you ask our city clerk staff to help you?
No.
Well, I guess, may I say something? So I think what member Nam Quang is trying to say, council member, is he wants an option of doing paper if, for example, that he can't do electronic, if a council member cannot do electronic for some reason, that he's able or she's able to do paper and not to be disqualified. You know what I mean? So I think that's what he's trying to say, if there's that option.
I don't want
So, so instead of rushing the city attorney to try to look up the government code section,
Can we
if you would just
table this?
Can we table it?
continue, I would say
Yeah.
defer to the next meeting.
Let's take it to the next meeting. I
Okay.
don't know that there's
Can
a
we
hurry.
vote? There's a
Defer.
process of we need to
I
vote.
modify.
Well-
Can I defer this to the next meeting, like what Christine suggests?
Well, there's a. we're
City
already
Attorney,
trying to
we
vote,
have
so
a
what do you wanna
motion
do?
and a second on the floor. We're in the process of voting.
Okay, so the maker of the motion is withdrawing your motion.
Yeah, I'm deferring
Motion to approve.
Okay, so now we have a motion to approve. Is there a second to that?
Wait, is that a substitute motion?
No,
Was there,
Motion to approve what?
was there a motion to approve?
yes,
I-
Councilmember
I
West did.
modify to defer to the next council meeting when the city attorney will get that answer for us.
Okay, that's modified. And is there a second to that?
I second.
Okay.
Okay, and is there a substitute motion? Your substitute motion
Okay.
is to approve as original,
My
right?
substitute motion is to approve as recommended.
Okay. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
A second.
All right. So we have substitute motion by Councilmember Menzo and seconded by Councilmember Vice Mayor Ho for as recommended. And we go with that first.
Okay, so I have a substitution motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to approve as recommended.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, no.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
No.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Before I vote, I just want to make sure that, the word mandatory is very important. If not, they are not going to put it there. And so at this point here, I move to, I say yes, and if there is anything that the city attorney find out, then we can always change it. But now, yes.
Okay. I have a motion carried 3-2.
All right, thank you. Now we, per our agreement approval at the beginning of the meeting, I will move to 7.1, update the Civic Center pay parking policy. So can I ask staff to present your presentation?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to provide an update on the Civic Center pay parking policy. This item was recommended for approval by the city's traffic commission late last month, and now it's coming to you for formal approval. I'd like to direct your attention to the presentation. You see there's a nice drone footage of our Civic Center. In 2005, when I had just joined the city, I was tasked with implementing a paid parking system. At the time, the two lots that we were referring to were the two lots you see here in front of City Hall, which is referred to as the City Hall North lot. And then the other parking lot was in between the Senior Center and the courthouse. So a little bit of history for those that weren't here back in '05. The reason the council felt that it was important for this parking supply to be secured and prioritized for the city of Westminster and not for the court use. Back in those days, it was very common for those parking lots to fill up with court business, and then City Hall business was essentially pushed out to remote lots or to other parts of the neighboring Civic Center area. So that problem was mitigated by the implementation of a paid parking system. I touched on the why, and in 2006, we established the paid parking system. In 2012, the police parking structure was built and incorporated into the parking system. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means. Fees and hours of operation have not been updated since the system was established. There was no interest by the council to revisit fees for a very long time, not just in this on this subject matter, but on other subject matters as well. So this has not been touched. The fees and hours of operation have not been touched since it was implemented. A little bit on how it currently operates. Those that are conducting city business that want to come in and ask a question, pay a water bill, use the restroom, whatever they'd like to do at City Hall, they're allowed to park in the front row, both sides of the front row, for a total of up to an hour to conduct city business. We wanted to take good care of our seniors, so seniors were issued parking passes that they could display and park anywhere in the Civic Center, in the lots. And other special visitors, whether they're to the Civic Center or to the City Hall or to the police department, they were issued temporary passes, day pass, a week pass, in some cases a seasonal pass if they were here to assist the city, whether it could be an audit, it could be as a consultant, anything along that line, we would issue those. So really the non-city business are the folks that were paying. So these are folks that are coming to the Rose Center, Coastline, and the courthouse. But mainly, like I said earlier in the presentation, the real focus was courthouse traffic and how they was negatively impacting the parking situation for our everyday residents here in the city of Westminster. So it is a pay by space system. All the stalls are numbered. So when you park in a stall, if you park in stall 100, you go to the machine, you enter the stall, you enter the type of pass you want to buy, whether it's an hourly or a daily. And then at that point, once you make your transaction, you walk away from the system. You don't need to go back and put your tag, your pass on the dash or anything like that. So it's very convenient for people that just want to pay and go. Our police department has been enforcing the permit system, the pay parking system from the very beginning. They've done a great job doing that. And our building maintenance crew, they do the preventative maintenance on it. And then our finance department actually regularly goes out and does monetary collections from the system as well. So it's a team effort. I talked about the pay parking system. This is an updated aerial. As you can see, the police parking structures are to the bottom right. The boxes, the green boxes represent pay stations. So there's 2 for each parking lot. And over in the police parking structure, we have a total of 4, all located on the ground level. The police parking structure is wired so that we could put more pay stations on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th level if necessary. But at the time, I didn't think we would need more than just the ground level, and it's worked out really well ever since. This slide has a lot of data, but I just wanted to summarize with this. We've done a really good job at the time when we built the police department and the parking structure to make sure that the city had ample parking supply. It would give us a lot more flexibility if we ever wanted to do any modifications of the Civic Center. We have a lot of parking supply where we can shuffle people around instead of having to bus people in and out like other construction areas tend to do that are not thinking ahead. The total number of pay parking spaces that are linked to the system is 933 spaces. So talking a little bit now about the rates, they had not been touched from the very beginning. As you can see here on the top portion of the slide, we collected data, and this is the current rate for civic centers in the area. So we just did a civic center comparison. So you see there's Garden Grove, Santa Ana, Huntington Beach. In Westminster is at $1 per hour, $4 max. As you can see there, Huntington Beach, they're at 3 hourly, up to 15 for the day. Santa Ana's at 150, maximum 10, and so on. So the average for those that are if we're just looking at civic center parking pay stations systems, the average is about $1.75 per hour, $9.67 for the day. We also took another step in looking at our data, and we looked at courthouses, we looked at parking rates for courthouses in the area. So we went a little bit outside of our area to collect some of this data. In the city of Norwalk, where there is a courthouse, it's $8 per hour, 16 max. Fullerton actually is free. Santa Ana is at $1.50 and $10, and Westminster again at $1 and $4, because we do have a courthouse in our civic center. So this just gives you a little bit of information as to what the surrounding rates are. What we are proposing is to enforce the pay parking system 7 days a week, and to implement a no parking between 2 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. A member of the public did comment on a concern involving doing essentially elongated hours of operation. Our current operation is Monday through Friday only, 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. Our proposal will address a lot of the overnight parking that tends to happen. People, whether it be RVs or people that are in some cases living in their cars, will pull into our civic center and park overnight. So this would give us a mechanism to not allow overnight parking. We also have neighboring uses in the area that will park personal vehicles in our parking lots and parking structure overnight. Again, not something we want to deal with from a liability perspective. So that gives you a little bit more insight as to how we arrived to this conclusion. And this was done in conjunction with the city attorney's office as well as our police traffic bureau, who are ultimately the police enforcement arm of the system. So what we are proposing and we're bringing is, and what the traffic commission recommended, was to go from $1 per hour to $2 per hour, and to go from $4 daily to $8 daily. Through council action, we were allowed to sell monthly passes at a slightly reduced rate, and we have been selling monthly passes from the inception almost at $45 a month, and we would be proposing those monthly passes to go to $90. If you ask why the monthlies, why people want the monthlies, you have a lot of court reporters who come and bounce around to different courthouses. So for those folks that are contractors, they found it much more useful to just have a monthly pass for Westminster that they could hang. And those transactions were handled at the counter with our staff, and there was an intake of funds at that point. The other focus here is parking fines. The police department updates their bail schedule every so often, and the last time that this was brought to council, which was before any of your time on the council, this violation for parking fines on public property was overlooked. So we're making the correction now. As part of the parking violation fine, currently it's $38, and we are proposing $47. And there's also an update needed for an ADA parking violation that's currently $356, and that is proposed to be $364. One of the things that happened as we were revisiting the pay parking system is we realized that there was a lack of oversight from certain departments in the city as to who was issued a legitimate parking pass. So one of the things that we'll be doing operationally as part of this effort is actually rebooting an entire reassigning of parking passes. Like all of you council members have a parking pass. We'll reassign every employee, every council member, police, every member of our staff a parking pass, and do that system-wide so that the police department can now effectively enforce it accurately and without the additional parking passes that ended up just kind of floating around over the years. So we're going to reassess that. Going back to the concern that the resident had, which is something that I didn't include in the slide, but I will talk about now, is on a night like today, our closed session starts at 4, public speakers want to speak, we would be putting out we call it an A-frame, which is just a sign that stands by the side of the driveways that would say event parking. It could say council meeting parking. We've done that already. So for example, when somebody has a wedding at the Rose Center, at the banquet facility, if it happens to be a Friday wedding or a Friday event, we put these easels out over by the parking structure so people know that they're allowed to park essentially for free, and we coordinate with our police department to make sure that nobody is getting citations by mistake. So we do have a system in place, and we're ready to implement it and fine-tune it so that it works better than it ever has before. So Tonight's recommended action is to approve the update to the Civic Center parking system, and adopt a resolution that addresses the parking rates and hours of operation, and adopt a resolution updating the fines for the pay station violations in the Civic Center. So with that, I conclude my presentations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. When you say civic center parking, that included the police parking area too, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, my understanding, I think that at this time we are not charging people to park during the weekend at the park, because there are so many events that happen during the weekend, and I believe that they've been parking there without paying the fees.
That's
so
correct.
do we have, are we enforcing it or not?
So it's a very good question about enforcement. When COVID hit, we stopped enforcing parking. We stopped enforcing street sweeping even, the citywide. As we're bringing, it's taken a while to get to the point where we're ready to enforce the Civic Center parking lots. We decided to wait until we brought this to council so that we would be able to launch everything, including the enforcement. So anybody that has a room rental or that has an event that's approved by the council, whether it's renting the AB room, whether it's a wedding, or whether it's an event at Freedom Park, we will make sure that the proper signage is up so that folks that are here for city-sanctioned events don't have to pay. But if somebody wants to use the Civic Center on the weekend because they're having family members come and they don't fit in, let's say, the condo area here to the left, they'll have to pay to park. So it is capturing money for those that aren't authorized to park here.
With the estimate that the new proposal that you put together for the fees, do you have an estimate of course, depend on the number of cars, but do you have an idea of the revenue that we can collect for the city?
I can share with you some of the older data that I obtained from our finance director before the meeting. Let me just log into my thing here. So we've collected on good years back, pre-COVID, we were collecting $50,000 per year from folks that were paying to park in the system. We also have a contract with the college that's based on the old rate that also brings us funding that we will be renegotiating based on tonight's council action. So that just gives you an idea of how the money is coming in. We do have to pay $22,000 per year to operate the pay stations. And I spoke to our public works director because we haven't invested in the infrastructure of these lots in quite a while. So we are looking at close to $400,000 per lot if when it comes time to reslurry, restripe, and address any other infrastructure needs. So this increase would help us budget towards those improvements.
Let's see. All right, at this time I will open for question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So I was looking at page, if we can go back to the rates again for different cities.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put it up?
We're going to put it up
Okay,
right now for you, yeah.
perfect. Okay, so I was looking, Garden Grove right now, it's $1.50, Santa Ana, $1.50, Huntington Beach, rightly so, $3 because it's a tourist attraction. Westminster is at $1, Norwalk is $8, Fullerton's free, which I love Fullerton. We ride bikes all the time around the loops there. Santa Ana, $1.50, Westminster currently $1. So what I'm saying is I just feel like the rate, it seems consistent, and I did hear a couple of the residents here, they don't want extra fees, because this is where they can voice their opinion. They come to the Civic Center to do city business or to do certain things for the city. I think the dollar rate is still very reasonable, especially if we increase it to Garden Grove is bigger than us, Santa Ana as well, and they're at $1.50. If anything, it will be the same $1.50 if we do increase, but I think $2 might be a lot, more than what is needed for our city, which we have a smaller population than that. And then I think it is fair for $4 for the day, whatnot. But I know Fullerton, if it's free, I think, to be honest with you, I feel like for the city, this is a public arena, public place. I feel like we have to have reasonable charge and fees for the people to come, but I don't think we should gouge them in a way for those who can't to come to this public arena. You know what I mean? So that's just my thought on it.
Okay.
But I don't know what the council think on this. And then going back to the other parking violation to, disability parking, illegally parking there. I don't know who parked at the handicap area. I don't, but if they do, I know we have the price of $356. That's kind of high already for them. I just think if we add another like $8 to $10, it wouldn't make a difference. It's already high.
If I can comment on that, and I will defer to the experts in the room, which is our police department, but I believe that the ADA rate is set by the state, and I think we may be adjusting it to be in line with what the state fee is, but I don't know if somebody from police can help me on that. Anybody here?
Chief?
Good evening again.
I guess the question is, I guess he's trying to say, are we up to date with the state regarding handicap parking? And it's already high. Is it required for us to go another $10 or $8?
Required? I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I know that handicap amounts or violation fees, I believe, are set by the state or capped by the state. So I'd have to say it's probably fine, but we will double check.
Okay.
So these can be considered cleanup items that were not addressed when the police did their citywide fines schedule or their bail schedule. So that these are cleanups based on them working with their consultant and verifying appropriate fines for the city.
Okay. I just know it's like $8, different, but it's already high. That's what I'm saying, with the state, complying with the state, $356. What I'm thinking is, especially with the Civic Center, thank you, Chief. I appreciate you being up here. I just think we should not gouge the people. I know this is a public place for the people to come, but we already charging them, which is $1, kind of in line with Garden Grove and Santa Ana already. Either we stick to $1.50 or just stick to $1 that we have, I think is reasonable for this public arena for them to come to do business. But you say we have a contract with the school as well as the court that they pay for parking, right?
So the school has a certain area where the students can park on a first come, first served basis. And we have a contract with them where the college pays us, they pay us a yearly amount for access to that area, not exclusive access, because it's not exclusive, it's on a first come, first served basis. So that money comes in the form of an invoice and a check. The courthouse have their own parking lots towards the back. They're less desirable. So the pay parking system that we implemented essentially forces those that are coming to work every day or coming to the courthouse, forces them onto their lots and out of our lots. We do have attorneys. We do have people who just choose to park in better parking spaces. So money is coming in mainly from the courthouse and from the students, and from the college, excuse me.
Okay. So from what I'm understanding, you say since COVID, you haven't enforced the $1 fee or the $4 for the day. Is that correct?
It's been essentially on the honor system. We have not enforced it actively. So there's been no citations issued since COVID in these lots, but we don't advertise that. The rules are the rules set by council, so they have been paying to park. As well as the college, while they were not in session, they were not paying, but once the college came back, they continued to pay as well.
Okay.
If I just can address the issue on the 50 cents, when we built the police parking system, when we built the parking structure, we had to update all of the pay parking systems in the Civic Center. We were able to do that as part of the city, the police department effort. At that time, it was determined that there was not a lot of change that was being used, right? It's 50 cents, things like that. So we ended up with a rounded, we made sure that the system only takes bills and credit cards. So we are not equipped to dispense change. So if it's $1.50 and somebody were to put $2 in, the machines cannot issue you a 50-cent 2 quarters back. So the middle range of cents is really not, we're not capable of functioning that way. It has to be around $1.
Right,
at this
gotcha.
point. Yeah.
So what I'm seeing, the problem is that we're not enforcing what we already require people to do, paying $1 per hour and $4 per day, since you said we haven't enforced that. So why don't we make sure we enforce that?
Well, if we were to start enforcing, we're still lower than the average. And the goal is to, as everything continues to increase, the cost of our part-time parking enforcement officers goes up. We have not gone up since 2005. So the goal is to bring us up to an average. We are significantly below the average. We're at $1 instead of $1.75, and we're at $4 a day instead of $9.67 a day when we look at the average. So the goal, and when we do fees and we bring you fees, we look at a systematic, reasonable increase. So we are bringing you this increase because it's in line with the average.
It seems like it's based on the city, because if Fullerton is able to make this public civic center, their civic center free for the public, then I know we can as well, but we're not requesting that. We're requesting that you enforce the $1 per hour for everyone who parks in our parking lot, and then $4 for those who park for the day. And that will bring income as well. But we're not asking to give free for all. We're not doing that. We're just wanting to enforce what we already have. And I think by doing that, we have a win-win situation, and we're not gouging the public. And I don't want to feel like the resident feel like they have to pay more than other nearby city. You know?
Ultimately, that decision is the council's decision. Our recommendation is to be more in line with the average.
I'm just going to add to that. The Traffic Commission did hear this through the process and approved it as recommended. So as far as residents coming to use the parking lot, they're not expected to pay. We have the designated spaces that like we currently have. So if they're here for city business, they're here for an hour or so at the counter, they're not expected to pay. It's just oftentimes, Fullerton does not have a courthouse attached to their civic center, so that's not, that there's not a concern of, of overflow of, other folks parking, in which the employees, those that are coming to do business, like they're not coming to Fullerton and then feeling like they're pushed out. But part of this process is, unfortunately, we do have the courthouse here. We do have the college. We have, the library in the back, and with the different lots, and we have the nice covered parking lot, right? So so we just want to make sure that that the lots that we're provided, the amenity that's being provided, that we are capturing capturing the funds to not only take care of the overhead costs of maintaining the lots, but just be consistent with what we're charging. Yeah, anyone that wants to come do business, we do have designated spots where we're not charging. So I think that's ultimately the point.
Right. So let me confirm again, Adolfo. So you're saying that as of right now, we're not enforcing the $1 parking or $4 for the day. Is that correct?
Since COVID, we have not actively enforced our parking lots.
Okay.
Residents are allowed to park for free in the first row, and people who are following the rules on the signs are following the rules by paying into the pay station.
Okay. So I think, to be honest with you, we need to enforce that, number one, okay? And number two, you did mention that because people do park here illegally during the night and whatnot and staying the night. Now, Chief, may I ask you, do you guys patrol the city and City Hall if there's a certain time that you kind of encourage people to leave? Is that correct?
We do police patrols, Councilwoman, 24/7 of the entire city. Now, we're not everywhere at once, but we try to conduct patrols. As far as parking goes, parking control does not regularly drive into the locations that are currently being discussed because their services aren't needed there.
So at the Civic Center here, your guys do not patrol this at night. Is that correct, from what I'm hearing?
When you say your guys, are you talking parking control or police officers?
I mean, does the police patrol around, right, the
Yeah,
city?
Police officers do.
Yeah, so-
Parking control officers would not regularly patrol this area due to a no enforcement zone, basically.
Okay, so your police do already patrol this area and around the cities?
Yes,
The
as
city, is that
described.
correct? Okay.
Councilmember West,
So, may I finish? And I'm quick. And then, so what you're saying is that you do patrol. So the park, if people are parking there, you do knock on their window and say, hey, you guys have to leave, it's after hour. Is the after hour is 10 o'clock, right? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the same for here?
Inside the park, yes.
Inside the park and here as well?
It doesn't apply to the Civic
Okay.
Center, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
not for here. The Civic Center does not have the same restrictions as public parks in our jurisdiction.
Okay, then why don't we make it the same?
That would be a council prerogative. That's your authority.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is that instead of increasing the amount, we, number one, need to enforce the law that we already have here. And number two, we need to have across the board, the same as parks and the same as Civic Center, that we have the enforcement of 10 o'clock curfew. Because I remember before I got married, I was dating my husband, and we were at the park, and there was a police knocking out a window at 10 o'clock because, hey, you guys have to leave the park. You can't kiss here. So the same concept. What I'm saying is that there is that policy at our parks. Why don't we have policy here as well? And, knock on their window and say, hey, it's curfew time, so you guys have to leave.
Councilmember West, I value every question that you have, and I give you a lot of time.
Thank you.
And you're the first one to present. I still have other council, let's hear from them, and then if need to, we can come back to you. Is that
Absolutely.
okay?
Thank you.
All right. Next is Councilmember Manzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know. I just had a question as far, on here on the proposed time, if the council approves, and then that would implement a policy that can be enforced. That's correct?
That's correct. That's the
So
purpose.
then that's what we're doing today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can get to that point by approving a policy, then that policy is enforced. That's the way it typically works. That question on the past you were speaking about, going forward, who's going to be in charge of issuing those passes? Is it going to be at one location, or is it going to be multiple locations issuing these passes?
So the main point of issuing your permanent passes is going to be HR. They know who works for the city. They are the central point. When an employee no longer works for the city on their last day, they turn in their badge, they turn in their parking pass, or they don't get their last check, right? So that was something that former HR did not want to deal with. So then that ended up being kind of a departmental thing. And that's where things went sideways, if you're asking.
Going forward.
Going forward, it's HR. There will be temporary passes that are assigned to a key person in each building, somebody at the police department, Veronica Johnson over in City Hall, and probably Tammy in Community Services. They will decide which patrons that are signed up for a class, or which auditors are here to help Aaron, or which special police officers are here for a training with the chief. They will get the daily passes. It's coming from a central point of contact.
Okay, and then on the machines, you mentioned they've been there for a bit. So the current machines that we have, when do we need to update them?
We are getting to the point where the parts are starting to get swapped out more regularly than we would like. I would say we're very close to having to make an investment. We currently pay the $22,000 a year for preventative maintenance, but that doesn't cover all the parts, right? So it's going to become more expensive to maintain an older system. As far as when, I would say within a couple of years at the most. We need to reinvest, and that could be quite pricey.
So thank you for that. And so the the proposed amounts that you have here, that's basically going to just recover costs. I mean, that's what I'm gathering, right?
It's an attempt to recover costs while staying near the average. If we wanted to recover costs, we would be talking
Much
more like Huntington Beach rates to try to
Okay.
recover costs.
So
This is just helping us not be at so much of a deficit.
Yeah, so the proposed rates are I think they're reasonable because we're still providing a service because we're not even recovering the cost.
Correct.
So and then the proposed time, the Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. is not our typical council meetings. And what about other commissions? What time is there? Is there a 6 p.m. start?
So remember, we're recommending 7 days a week,
Mm-hmm.
and we're recommending all day with the exception of 2 to 5 for pay.
Yeah.
The current system is Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30.
Okay. But we still would be okay. I mean, 5:30 p.m., our meetings typically start at 6.
We still would have to put out the A-frames if
Yeah.
we have a meeting that brings out a lot of folks, or we start earlier, or when we've had special meetings, we've had to do that.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
If, just to add to that, in the past, before COVID, when we were, having meetings and people were showing up earlier, we just made a phone call to PD to let them know just not to have somebody patrol. So we've been flexible about making sure that people aren't getting
It's
cited.
an easy fix.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. That's what I got. All I got.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question for staff is, at what rates are we going to make it even?
We have not priced out that assessment at this point, because that would require us to price out reconstruction of the parking lots, as well as swapping out all of the pay stations that are getting to their end of life. So
All right.
adjusting the rate within reason, we would never be able to accomplish that. We're just trying to be in line with the rest of the cities around us at this point.
Okay, so once we implement the new policy, then all the residents that attend the meeting, council meeting, they're going to be paid for the cost, right? The
They're
parking?
not going to pay. They're going to park for free.
Okay.
There's going to be signs at the entrance to the parking lots that say council parking, and you just park for free.
Okay, how can we distinguish the one that came into this room, with the others?
We can't. At that point, but it kind of becomes an honor system. We will not be enforcing in that parking lot.
All right. Are you back?
All right, Council.
Can I make a motion to approve?
I have one more
we still have a couple of
Okay.
people. Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes. One person took like most of the time. I just think that this is, first of all, we have a very respectable traffic commission. And could you tell me who are the traffic commissioners on this board? Tell me. Who are they? What are their names?
I would ask one of our staff members to come up.
Yes, please.
Veronica, can you please come up? This is Veronica Johnson is our management analyst for the Public Works Department, and she's also the secretary to the Traffic Commission.
Good evening. Are you asking for the current commission members?
Yes, I am.
We have Con Nguyen, Kristen Summers, Andy Pham, Jimmy Pham. That's fine.
Jimmy Pham.
And Joseph No.
And Andy Nguyen, so.
I'm sorry, Andy Nguyen. You're correct.
Did you say Joseph No?
Yes.
Joseph, no?
Joseph No.
And could you tell me how this was voted by the traffic commissioners?
It was 4-0 with one Andy Nguyen being absent.
Okay. 4-0. I can tell you that Con Nguyen is someone who is very reputable, and he's been on the Traffic Commission for a very long time. He served on a lot of other commissions as well. And I can tell you that you know what, sometimes I feel like certain people on the council just want to talk just to talk. And I just want to say, first of all, I heard very clearly that when people come to attend the council meetings or planning commission meetings, they are not to pay. And I think that in the past, if you start even at a special meeting at, say, 3 o'clock, you're not going to go ticket anyone from 3 on. So it's on an honor system, and also you have pretty much given them the right to park, even if they're from the schools or whatever. Correct. And so from 3 on, you don't ticket anyone. So for these meetings, I just want you to understand that they come, they park, they don't get ticketed. So please understand that. And I don't like the fact that the word gouge is being used. How can you say we gouge when we are so below market? And we haven't raised, as a matter of fact, the concerns was raised, I believe, by, if I remember correctly, Councilmember Manzo, about the parking rate that we haven't raised for a long time. And so we are so below the market rate. Or what is the market rate, if you even know how to define that? And so who pays for things like the upkeep? And what are the upkeeps? Do you even know that we as a council, as a city, have to pay for? If I may just list the upkeep so that certain people would not say that we gouge. We do not. Where would you pay? Where would the money come from to pay for restriping, resealing, crack filling, asphalt overlay, and cleaning, and other preventive measures, other preventive maintenance? So I don't get it. 20, 30 minutes of this is just and then other council members take only 1 to 2 minutes to talk about it. And I think that, to me, it is really clear that the study has been done. The traffic commissioner has approved unanimously 4-0, and 0 being because it's not 5 because Andy was absent. So I hereby, I don't know if there was was there a motion?
No.
I would like to approve item 7.1.
A second.
Thank you.
I still have a question, Mr. Mayor.
At this point here, I believe that...
Call for question, please.
Not yet, please.
Yeah.
I believe that you want to make a motion.
Right, yes.
And we stop that. We stop that so that you can have your turn.
If you make a motion, I'll second, if that's okay.
So I'd like
That's
to...
okay.
Okay, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
fine with that.
It's okay with that. So you make a motion and you second it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen should make it, because that's only fair.
Okay.
That's fine.
So if you want to change your mind, then
Yes, I motion to approve.
okay.
Mr.
Motion to
I
approve.
second.
I
Mr.
second.
Mayor, I have one question.
Right.
Okay, so to address, when you're talking about the below market, and we're so below market, I'm quoting you, Ms. Ho. So when you talk about that below market, I look at this, and we can pull that rate up again. Adolfo, may you pull that up again? The rate, please?
Well,
Okay, the 1.5, as you can see, in Garden Grove, Santa Ana, we're not way so below market. We're at $1, guys. That's 50 cents more than what we are, and their cities are larger than ours, okay? And then Fullerton, which is free. So what are you talking about? We're so below market. And then not only that, when you're talking about how are we going to get the money to pay for it, and let me tell you, in 2003, we already do the 1% increase tax to the people. In 2024, just recently, we vote for a 0.5% tax, which will generate about 14 million coming in. You don't think we have the money to pay for parking and striping? The parking? The thing is that you guys, it's all about management. So we cannot keep taxing the people or gouging them. We already did a 1.5% tax total, which is more than our neighboring city. So that's where we're getting taxed.
Councilmember West, you said that you have one question. That's why,
It prompts another question, may I?
Right now,
Because she's
no,
accusing all
At this point, I haven't got a chance to
Yes.
talk about
Mr.
it.
Mayor,
May
go
I-
ahead.
So
May I
you-
ask Beth, I have to ask staff something just for clarification,
all
please?
right, okay.
Yes, could you tell me how much does it cost to maintain the parking lot? You mentioned something like $400,000 earlier, correct?
Correct.
Yes, what are you, is that yearly? How, is it every 5 years, or how much? How frequent?
I'll have our public works director come up and address those questions. I would say every 10 years, we should touch the parking lots. And currently, we're looking at $400,000 per parking lot.
Per parking lot?
Parking lot.
How many parking lots are we looking?
The two surface.
So
lots.
800,000 every 10 years,
Is there anything
correct?
else I'm missing, Jake?
No, that's the two parking lots that we're talking about, except the PD parking structure, which is just a wear and tear on that one, which we don't have a number on that yet, because it's made out of concrete that will last longer.
So how long, or where have you been getting the money to pay for this?
We will come back to the council, depends
Yes.
on what kind of funding we can, have it available for resurfacing or re-improve those parking lots.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that the half-cent tax and the income or the general funds
I would
that,
like to
I just want to answer her, okay, Councilwoman Fan West, that that money is to serve our constituents and as to bring services to this community. It is not for us to squander that money. And like I said, who use the parking lots? That's not just for our constituents. We already said, when they come, they get it, they come and park for free. We've got the courthouse, we've got the schools. They come, they need to pay for it, because we need to pay for upkeep. And if we don't have money for upkeep, I tap you.
Vice Mayor
Okay,
Ho,
thank you.
I just want to be fair to everyone. You have the second chance. Councilmember West got the second chance. I didn't have a chance.
Yes, go ahead.
So
Thank you.
I'm going to make myself, thank you very much. You can go back to your seat. Question for our staff. For permitted event, are the guests going to pay for it too?
Anything sanctioned by the city, any room rentals or special events, no one will ever have to pay.
Okay, all right. And let's say that we issue a permit for the event on Saturday at their Goldenstein Park, then those people who can park at their police parking without paying.
The parking structure would be set up with a sign that says event parking. We can even customize it to say, the name of the event,
Okay.
the park, the location. They'll be able to park for free. If they get here early and there's any confusion ever, a false citation will be voided.
Well, okay. The
But that
second
has
thing,
not happened in all the years that we've been operating
Right, thank you.
parking lots.
A lot of people are content to, not paying since we didn't enforce it. If we implement this again, I would like to have staff make sure that we have enough signs around, at least for some time, so that people can, see that we are now enforce the parking, and we issue the parking company.
Yeah, there was notices issued to all of our neighbors for the Traffic Commission meeting. So they had an opportunity to come to a forum through the Traffic Commission and comment. And our police chief has been working with the city manager's office on how we roll this out so that there is going to be information provided to everybody, temporary or courtesy notices early on before we actually start hitting people with real dollar citations.
All righty, thank you very much. And
Yeah.
I know that we have a motion and second on the floor. I'd like to
substitute
call
motion?
for a question.
I substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if there is a substitute motion, then go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I don't mind enforcing it, which we haven't enforced since COVID. We need to enforce the policy that we already have and the price that we already set in stone. So that's what, number one, we need to do. Not because of today increasing the price, so then therefore we can allow to enforce. No. You guys already have the policy.
I don't want to go over it again.
So
Let's go ahead and
therefore, my
make your motion.
motion is to enforce the original policy that we already have.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a second to the substitute motion? Hearing none, so substitute motion fell. So go back to the original motion and roll call vote, please.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to approve the update of the Civic Center paid parking system policy and adopt a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, updating parking rates and hours of operation," and adopt a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, updating fines for pay station violations." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West.
Before I vote, I want to make this quick statement, that since we have the 1% tax, the 0.5% tax, we cannot gouge the people, and we have not enforced the old policy of the pricing. First and foremost, we need to enforce the old policy and the price that we have set already. Don't increase the price to just gouge the people. We already gouged them with the 1% and the 5%.
We hear that already, so what is your vote?
Therefore, my vote is no because of that. Fan West, no.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Fan West, you better listen better instead of
Please,
texting.
please vote yours.
Yes.
I think that's why we have the code of ethic. You just
Mayor
broke
Nguyen?
that.
Would you please? Oh,
Let me read the
Yes.
code of ethic if you need to.
I have a motion carried 4-1.
okay.
Mayor,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can add to that, and it's 4-1 with Councilwoman Fan West voting no. I know there was some discussion, and I just try to listen in on this as far as enforcement goes, but with COVID, the city was being mindful of just the hardships that people had, which is why we didn't enforce. Obviously, the other side of that too is, we've talked about staff and the amount of staff. We've heard complaints about street sweeping tickets not being provided because we lack the citation staff. It's the same reason why we are not being able to consistently cite at the parking lot as well. So it's not for the lack of for us not wanting to enforce our own policies, but it is, it's making a choice. Do we do street sweeping, or do we, cite at our Civic Center lot? And then, of course, just the hiring process. So I just want to make that clear before it becomes, a misconstrued statement that staff does not want to enforce. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Next item is 7.2. Adoption of the updated engineering and traffic survey for 17 street segments and introduction of an ordinance amending the Westminster Municipal Code concerning speed limits within the city. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go a little bit faster on this because I know we have a long night, and slow me down if you need to. But this item was also brought to the Traffic Commission at the same meeting as the previous item, and was approved. Now it's being brought to you for formal approval. Engineering and traffic survey is just a fancy way of setting speed limits. Engineering and traffic survey is part of California law. It protects the residents from unfairly setting speed limits to trigger additional citations. So California law is very specific as to how speed limits have to be set statewide. And we follow the rule to a T. You're fortunate in this city to have 2 registered traffic engineers. I'm one of them. The other one is sitting here to my left is Bill Pham. He's also with our traffic division. And we have Long Tran here who also helped process this. And of course, you met Veronica earlier, who all together move a lot of these transportation initiatives forward. So I just want to make it very, very clear that this is not an arbitrary setting of speed limits. It's not my recommendation. We are following a statistical approach that is set forth by the state of California and is done statewide. The reason that we set speed limits this manner is to allow our police officers, and actually our sergeant at arms spends a lot of time on a motorcycle. One of the reasons that we set speed limits in this manner is to allow them to enforce the law utilizing a speed radar gun. And I'm going to get into the slides, but I just need to say that up front. Setting these speed limits in this manner allow the police department to enforce speeds and keep our police officers safe. There are other ways to enforce speed. You see that on rural roads. You see that in other areas where it's not as dense and as hectic with driveways and side streets. There are other ways that police officers nationwide can enforce speeds, but in a built-out, big city environment like we are here in the city of Westminster, having an engineering speed survey allows them to utilize a radar gun. It's a calibrated gun, and it is for the safety of our police officers. So it's all tied to that. I just wanted to put that out there first before we get lost in some of the engineering stuff I tend to lose people on sometimes. So we have 17 street segments that we are bringing forth as part of this item tonight. We hired a company, AGA Engineers. They were paid for out of the 405 Improvement Fund. And the question is, why are we bringing these 17 street segments to you tonight, and why aren't we bringing the whole citywide speed system? The reason that we're not bringing the entire city is because we did that, and that was approved by council action. But these 17 street segments were modified significantly with either a project, such as our Garden Grove Bikeway project, or the characteristics were also changed due to the 405 improvement project. And the state law states that every time you modify a street segment, whether you put in a median, whether you widen the number of lanes or reduce the number of lanes, whether you introduce bike lanes, anytime you do anything different to a speed segment, you have to bring it to the council, you have to do a study to be able to make it official and then be able to enforce it. So one of the projects that we just recently built was this one here, Garden Grove Boulevard. So every street segment along this new project requires an analysis. And we did that. We touched Edwards, so we have to do Edwards, and then again, of course, we have the largest infrastructure project in the state of California, which is the 405 freeway. All the bridges were widened, all the connection points were widened, ramps were realigned. So the old speed limits on these segments near the freeway, over the freeway, were not enforceable unless we do this analysis, and that's what we're bringing to you today. Touched a little bit about this. It is an engineering analysis. We're usually good about we are always good about bringing this to you for a renewal every 14 years. I've had the pleasure of doing this at least once here in the city. And these are the segments that we talked about. All these streets here, so I won't list them. But all of the information that goes into the engineering analysis, it starts with traffic collisions. So we look at a roadway and we work with the police department to identify how many traffic collisions exist on every single roadway. I want to just talk about something, just a very holistic thought process, right? When you build a roadway, you are guaranteeing that there's going to be people driving it. You're also guaranteeing that there's going to be accidents. And unfortunately, there is going to be fatalities on our roadways. So everything comes at a price, right? When we build a roadway, we have more accidents, and that's the reason that we look at it, right? We look at a roadway, and depending on the number of lanes on a roadway, you anticipate that there's going to be so many accidents. For every million trips, there's going to be so many accidents. So we go into a very intricate analysis to see if the actual accidents on a segment are higher than the statistical expected number of averages, right? So we look at that as one of the things that we focus on. We use a calibrated radar gun. Our police department actually loaned us a good radar gun, and we go out there in a vehicle that does not look like a police vehicle, not during the rush hour when people are driving faster than they usually do. We do it under normal conditions, and we literally take samples of people that are driving on that segment. We take 100 samples, and we calculate the 85th percentile, so I'll go into it a little bit. Every time you build a roadway, you can guarantee that 15% of the people on that roadway are going faster than they should, right? So we focus a lot on what the 85th percentile is. So that is considered the safe speed of the roadway, right? So every single roadway is going to have people drive slow, people that drive fast. For all of us that remember statistics, the average, close to 50, the 85th percentile at the 85% mark, right? So we'll look at that. We created a little sample because this has come up before with our traffic commissioners. You look at Bolsa Avenue here on the top, that's the way it looked before construction. The speed limit was 45 miles per hour. We had 5 lanes. There were no bike lanes, and it was more of a gradual incline over the freeway. After the project, we now have 7 lanes. This is a good thing. We fought for wider maximum number of lanes. It's safer because the roads used to taper in, and we used to drop lanes as we went over the freeway. And unfortunately, though, the design standards require that the bridges be built taller and longer than they have in the past. So there are certain characteristics that change. When we look at this same example, after we did the 85% calculation, the 85th percentile calculation is at 38 miles per hour. The law requires that we round that up to 40. As far as the collisions, we looked at collisions, we looked at the roadway characteristics, and we looked at the characteristics of the roadway, and this is the engineering determination. The engineering determination has to be done by a state licensed traffic engineer, is to make an assessment as to what the speed limit should be, right? So in this particular case, this example, which is one of the ones you're voting on tonight, our final speed recommendation is 40 miles per hour. For another roadway, such as Garden Grove Boulevard, before the project, you saw the dirt path on the side. There was 4 lanes on the roadway. There was no curbs on one side of the roadway. There was no crosswalks, and there were no bicycles. After we built the project, you know what it looks like. So when we did the 85th percentile analysis for that corridor, we found that the 85th percentile speed was 50 miles per hour. We looked at the accident data, and we looked at the new configuration. From an engineering perspective, the state of California allows a registered traffic engineer to assess the characteristics and apply reasonable reductions. So although the speed limit, the 85th percentile is 50, we feel that it is prudent to reduce it first by 5 miles per hour because of the configurations related really to the density of the area. There's a lot of driveways, it's a more narrow street, and there's on-street parking. And then we further reduced it because we are essentially bringing an amenity to the city in the form of pedestrians and bicyclists. So it is also prudent to reduce the speed limit another 5 miles per hour. So our final engineering determination on this one is that we actually set the speed at 40. So those are just 2 examples. I'm not going to go through all of them. Now as a summary, and this is usually what the council is concerned with, is are we increasing speed limits, right? Because the public rarely likes that. Sometimes we do bring you increases, and we do so because that's what the law requires us to do. After we did this analysis, we found that we are bringing to you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decreases. All of these would get approved tonight if the council approves. The recommended action is to adopt the engineering and traffic survey for all 17 segments. I just showed you which ones are actually being decreased. And then introduce an ordinance entitled to the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, to amend Section 1064010, Title 20, Vehicles and Traffic of the Westminster Municipal Code concerning speed limits within the city. Once this gets adopted, we pass that on to the police department, and they immediately start to enforce the new laws. If we don't enforce speeding in our community, we are introducing additional fatalities and accidents. So I could never be a motor cop. We have motor cops that are really good at what they do, and by giving citations to people, they're actually saving lives. So now they have all the tools in place to do so. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I understand that this item is the same as 7.1. Staff already brought it to the traffic commissioner, and I was voted 4-0, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so I trust that the traffic commissioners vetted into this study. At this time, I would like to open up for council comment. Let me start with Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. Can you remind me the last time in 2019 or no, in 2020, why we increased the speed of Bishop Boulevard?
Yes, we were nearing our expiration for our citywide survey, so we needed an approval by the commission at the council and the council to be able to enforce speeds beyond the deadline. When we conducted a statistical analysis of that roadway that you mentioned, the 85th percentile was found to be higher than it was before. And this happens a lot. I mean, when I started with the city, we had 7 motor officers. When I sat in my office, I'd watch them all come out of the police department, and they would go and strategically enforce throughout the city. When you have less police officers enforcing, the speeds tend to trickle up. And we have to do a statistical analysis of what's happening at that moment. And at that moment, people were driving faster. State of California law says we needed to set it, and in that case, increase it by 5 miles per hour.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed right here on the fiscal impact, it says none, but, I mean, what about signs? Don't we have to change signs? Fiscal impact.
That's correct. We would need to go out and change signs and re-stencil the roadway.
So there is an impact.
There is an impact. I mean, I know there's been conversations in the past as to what the fiscal impact should be. We would consider this more of a maintenance. Everything does cost money, so yes, there is a fiscal impact. We're looking at about, I would say, $1,000 per location at the very least, 2 sides to the street, so that's double. So that'll give you the roughly, plus labor, right?
Okay. And then, I mean, everything is, you guys are the experts, the licensed engineers, so
Thank you.
we depend on you for your expertise, so thank you for all the team.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it
guys.
takes a group.
Thank you for being here and putting up with things. Hopefully you're still awake. So I'm almost not. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Well, you know, I do remember that before you started wearing the hat of assistant city manager, right? You were a traffic engineer, right? And you still are, right?
I still am, yes.
Okay, so now you've got, I'm sorry, Bill Pham. Which one is Bill Pham? Thank you so much for being here. Our senior traffic engineer, we don't see you often. I was just wondering, who's that? And the person next to you, if you please introduce? Longtran. Thank you so much. I think I met you, right, one time. And I remember getting a tour and getting an orientation when I was the traffic commissioner. I was the traffic commissioner for a little while. And so I thank you for your work. And that's all I have to say. I really trust that our commissioners, traffic commissioners, know what they're doing.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember West?
Thank you. So you said basically $2,000 for both sides of the street. So I look at this, and its total will be total of $34,000 to add all the signs and whatnot. Now, is that including the police as well for their time being out there?
No, the topic of how much it would cost to change out the signs is just strictly blanking out the existing pavement number, replacing it with a new one, and then putting the appropriate sign on the existing pole.
Right.
So my rough estimate is like 500 per action, roughly. If it gets outsourced, it could be less, could be more. That does not include the police, because they don't have a role in the installation of the signage or markings.
Okay, so it'll be $500,000 just to do this?
No.
Is that what you're saying? What, 5?
So 1,000 per?
Okay,
You had
so,
the math
yeah,
right. You had the math right. It's just it doesn't
34,000.
involve the police department.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. Now, since you list on here, Springdale and Iroquois Road, I know because everyone drives through that area. That's in my district, and they do mosh through there. And yes, rightly so. I believe we've mentioned a lot regarding asking for speed bump to decrease the speed there. But as you recommended, and our law enforcement and fire department, they don't recommend that. So I think by having this sign to reduce the speed on that area is very important for our resident and a lot of young moms and kids there. So I think that's great. with the price, would you be taking out general fund with that, or are there a account that we have?
To implement the modifications, I can ask Jake about that. Pavement and striping.
Yes, to answer the question, that we do have an account for striping that we can tap into and do those modifications.
Perfect, perfect, thank you. With that in mind, I motion to approve as is, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. I second it.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen, to adopt the updated engineering and traffic survey for the 17th Street segment and introduce an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, to amend Section 10.64.010, Title 20 of the Westminster Municipal Code concerning speed limits within the city," read by title only and waive further reading. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
We have 5 minutes to 10, so I'll go ahead at this time because we have several items that to go next. So I move to extend the
I
time.
second it.
Okay, we have motion and second to extend the meeting time beyond the 10 o'clock.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, let me go back to 5.1. And 5.1 is continue from May 8th, 2024 regular meeting. Appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation, and this item to be appoint one member from Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen. It's yours.
Yes, my appointee will be Mr. Howie Thiel.
Okay, move to approve.
I second.
Motion and second on the floor. Motion by,
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to appoint Howie Thiel to the Westminster Community Foundation to fill the unscheduled vacancy for a term ending January 2025. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.2, City of Westminster 3-year strategic plan and updated 6-month objectives. I don't know that any council request for staff report on that.
I motion to approve if that's okay.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen, to adopt the 6-month strategic objectives matrix for April 10th, 2024 through November 1st, 2024. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, 5.3, City of Westminster Safe Route to School Plan. I will go ahead and move to approve.
I second.
No questions? So, motion by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by
Okay.
Councilmember West.
Actually, and this one here, Mayor,
If you want to discuss, well, by all means, you
yeah,
can.
I mean,
We
it's a really important item, and we're really proud to have this come to us and all the work that's been done. I think the community should hear about this great
Okay.
project.
Right, Councilmember Menzo, request for staff report.
It's going to be very fast, by the way.
It's so exciting. You won't want me to go that fast, but yes, we will go a little fast. I I want to thank Veronica Johnson for being here tonight. So it's a combined presentation between myself and Veronica. She's our management analyst, and she's been really leading the effort on this since we kicked off the program at that kickoff event. So we'll go ahead and start the presentation. City Clerk. Next slide. So the key points here is that this is really the finishing touch really on building out our circulation system in the city of Westminster. When I started here about 20 years ago, we still had a lot of roadways that did not have curb and gutter. We had roadways that were not built out to their full dimensions, so we had quite a bit of work to do. We also didn't have CCTV cameras citywide like we do now. And one of the things that we've been trying to do is collaborate with the school districts and with the members of the public to look at the needs of our most vulnerable residents, which are our students at the end of the day. There's a lot of health related issues with kids that don't walk to school, so we're trying to promote health. And we also wanted to hear from the members of the public that navigate our streets on a daily basis as to what type of improvements needed to be brought to the city. Next slide. So we're really good at obtaining grants. So we went out and got a grant for the amount of $469,000 to do a citywide study. This is something that you've heard the city manager boast of in the past. Most cities are given a little bit of money to do a school or two schools. Even Garden Grove recently did like a bunch of schools, maybe 4 or 5 little bunches of schools. It took us 3 times. We worked long hours and weekends to be able to get this grant application across the finish line. And ultimately, we were awarded one of the only awards in the state of California that addresses the entire city all at once, which is something that we really wanted to do because we wanted to bring you all of this at once. We wanted to have the same council look at the exciting progress and ultimately weigh in on their thoughts on the safe routes to school. After obtaining the grant, and we talk about needing money to get money, so the city match requirement was about 15%, which was $76,000. We went ahead and competitively put that money out as part of through an RFP process, and we were able to bring on a very reputable firm of Alta Planning and Design. They came in at $468,000 to actually implement the study. And Veronica will talk a lot more about the exciting stuff, but I just wanted to talk about the project funding. 86% of the project is grant funded. Next. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Veronica because she was a part of the day-to-day effort. I just kind of showed up for important moments like this to take my picture. But Veronica's going to go ahead and talk about the long grind to get to where we are tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman. As Adolfo said, I'm Veronica Johnson, Management Analyst in the Engineering Public Works Division. Very proud of this effort. Couple years in the making. First off, I want to thank our project team. We couldn't have done it without them. This was really a multi-departmental collaboration. We worked with the Traffic Engineering Division, the Police Department, Community Services. They were all out there at every single walk audit event that we did, and we really could not have done it without them. We also had our consultant, which brought up along their sub-consultants, which was Mark Thomas and Fair and Pierce. They are consultants that we've used in the past, and they were very knowledgeable on our ATP, our active transportation projects and planning throughout the city. So as we mentioned, as Adolfo mentioned, this was a citywide effort. So we were able to touch all 21 public schools within the city of Westminster. That includes 16 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools, all residing within the city of Westminster. Westminster School District, of course, has the largest impact here. We see 12 middle schools were touched within the Westminster School District, followed by Garden Grove Unified School District. We have 2 elementary schools in the Ocean View School District and 1 high school in the Huntington Beach Union High School District. So we did our Safe Routes to School endeavor included these stakeholders, which included our police traffic bureau, the Family Resource Center, all the school districts within the city. OCTA, Orange County Health Agency, and OCFA. We invited all these people to come and join us in this effort. We had collaboration meetings, stakeholder meetings, where we gathered their input and incorporated that into our Safe Routes plan. We did have our Westminster kickoff event in April of 2023 in collaboration with the Westminster School District. We were able to put on an event over at Findlay Elementary School. We had our school board members there, mayor, city council were there. This was our official kickoff. We were very excited about this endeavor and starting it off. We also unveiled our official logo that was going to be branding this project. At every school, we did a walk audit, and our first one was done at Findlay Elementary School. Each walk audit included participants, parents, schools, participants included parents, school and district staff, PTA members, the consultant team, and city staff from traffic engineering, community services, the police department. During a walk audit, the team would observe the school drop-off area in the morning. From that, we would make recommendations about where the congestion was happening, where the bottlenecks were happening, anything that we would observe to make the transition better in the school drop-off. As you know, most of the congestion that happens is at the beginning, at the school morning drop-off. Though we see the congestion happening at pickup, the majority of students do get dropped off in the morning. So after school began, the team would walk the most heavily used routes that students would take to school with the participants. The purpose of the walk audits was to introduce the Safe Routes to School strategies and to provide opportunities to participants to give input on their needs and concerns and preferences and observations that are barriers to safe walking or riding to and from school. To ensure participation, schools would advertise the walk audits to their parents and staff. All materials were provided in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We would also have translators present at every walk audit if needed. This feedback was incorporated into the city's final Safe Routes to School plan. We were fortunate to have our assistant city manager assist us in several walk audits, and we were able to observe the unique drop-off items, such as Hayden Elementary. They had a valet program, which the students would participate, parents would pull up, and the actual student volunteers would actually open their car door. The student would get out, and then the parent did not have to waste any time getting out of the car, and it did clear up the traffic rather quickly. So we were able to share that with other schools, and maybe this was a program that they may want to incorporate into their schools also. Along with the walk audits, the team also conducted community outreach through advisory committee meetings, parent surveys, and student travel tallies. It was important for us to find out how students were getting to school, how many students were walking, how many students were biking to school, how many students were being driven to school, and we did that through the surveys. We also participated in Walk to School Days. Our mayor joined us at Sequoia Elementary at one of our Walk to School Days, where we encouraged students to walk or bike to school we encourage them every single day, but it was really important on that particular day. It's a National Walk to School Day. They also participated in community workshops at 3 school locations, and we're here at 2 of our city events, our Truck or Treat and our Safety Day. I'm sorry. I wanted to just reiterate what is Safe Routes to School. I know we've all heard the term, but it's just a program that strives to increase the number of children walking and biking to school, and we do so by trying to remove barriers that prevent them from doing so. Safe Routes to School programs address problems such as childhood obesity, air quality, and traffic congestions around school. So I just wanted to add that into it.
Thank you, Veronica, for that overview. I'll be wrapping it up now with the last couple of slides. We'll move forward. So one of the things that I did is I used the word I rarely use. which is guarantee, right? At our kickoff meeting, I said during my speech that I guaranteed that money would be coming into the city. At the end of the day, we talked about our limitations with funding, yet there's a need and there's an outcry for infrastructure improvements. We're really good at this. We know that we need to be able to tell a story and be able to present that story to the funding sources, whether it be our elected leaders at the state and federal level or agencies in the state of California. So before I get into some of the other stuff, I did want to mention that as a result of our Safe Routes to School efforts, when we met with Congresswoman Michelle Steele and her staff, we presented her with a list of asks. And one of the things that we identified was safety improvement needs that were clearly identified by the council and by the public through this process. So we have been awarded $4 million to bring 4 locations, to bring traffic signals to 4 locations. All of these directly benefiting school areas. These are immediately adjacent to schools or along the paths of travel. So that's a huge victory for us. Again, we invested, I think the match was 30-something thousand possibly, and here we have $4 million coming in. If this is approved by the council, the plan will then break out and cost out all of the other improvements that are listed in the plan, and we'll assemble grant packages depending on what agency it fits the best, and we'll continue to bring in the millions of dollars like we promised we would. So $4 million are on their way. And we're very excited about that. There's a lot more money out there, and they've been already identified as a study. So when we apply for additional funding, we will be attaching the study to that application, and that's what gets us over the finish line. It's the good work that your staff does. Obviously, Townsend Public Affairs, they help us craft the description. They also know which elected leaders are more likely to fund what type of projects, so they're very, very important in the process, and we thank you for bringing them on board. But a lot of the work is done in-house by your staff, and I wanted to make sure that everybody hears that loud and clear. Go ahead, Veronica. So the Safe Routes to School plan, the plan is the actual document that we're asking you to adopt tonight by resolution. There are actually Safe Routes to School plans for every school. We've never had one. We never had plans in the city. The California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices highly encourages that cities work with school districts to develop these plans. So imagine you come to the city of Westminster and you're a new parent, and you come to City Hall to pay your water bill. Well, we welcome you as a new resident. We might hand you a plan that's particular to the area that you live in. Or when you register your child for school, that particular school on open house night will give you a draft plan. Go ahead, next. And this is an example of a suggested plan. If you live in the Sequoia Elementary School area, there will be a print, and it'll also be an online version, where depending on where you live in this area, we identify which are the desired and more reasonable paths to take to and from school, and we direct you along certain roadways that already have, say, sidewalks, crossing guards, crosswalks, traffic signals, to make your arrival to school and your way home more safe. Rather than having kids just kind of figuring it out on their own, we hope to work with parents so that on the first day of school they can walk their kids along the safest path to and from school, and hopefully get over the stigma that our streets are unsafe. Thanks. One of the other things that we promised was that we would have grant-ready packets to be able to submit. So this is just a little clip of some of the improvements on Edward Street. Councilmember Manzo and I, you invited me to meet with a resident out there. We talked about this project when we kicked off the school, the Safe Routes effort. We actually finished the event. I don't know if you remember. I know the mayor was there, Councilwoman. We actually walked down Edwards and we were listening to the community members. So this reflects what we heard that day. So that's very important to us because, a lot of the times government, people believe that government is just pretending to listen, and I can guarantee you that in the city of Westminster, your staff is listening. We take all that input in, and based on our expertise, we create something that is both legal, it's a good design, but also addresses the needs of the community. So this is one of the locations that will receive a traffic signal. I think on that day, that is the one thing we heard loud and clear. People want to signal at Humboldt. One of those 4 signals is this location. And we also identified other amenities that are here. This is not a final design plan. This gets us the money, and then we go into the design and ultimately the construction. Go There's also, I would say, ads, media that we can utilize that was created as part of the effort, so that on National Walk to School Day, our social media team can put this out to the community. And as you can see here, it's listed in 3 different languages. So we want to continue to educate our parents. Unfortunately, the parents often are the worst violators when they're dropping kids off at school. So our bike patrol team educates the kids on campus when they're able to get in front of them, and this effort hopefully educates the parents, and together we've created a more safe community. So again, the next step, if the council were to approve the policy now, we already got the $4 million from Congresswoman Michelle Steele. We have a current concept already ready to submit through the Caltrans Active Transportation Cycle 7 program. And dreams really do come true. This is an ATP Cycle 2 project you see on the right. That was funded by millions of dollars that came from the state of California as a Cycle 2. A few years have passed. Now we're at Cycle 7, and now we have a plan that we can continue to use in the coming years to continue to bring money into the community. And the recommended action is by resolution the adoption of the Westminster Safe Routes to School plan. Thank you for that, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much. And you know that the picture worth 1,000 words, and you can see several pictures that staff out there over the year that they've been working and collaborative with the school, Westminster School District. I was on with them a number of occasions, and we have been working, and I appreciate staff been working really, really hard on these projects to get to where we are today. So we would like to thank you, Adolfo, Assistant City Manager, and also Christine Carter. At one time, I know that we have a difficulty with some of our counterparts, but we were able to iron it out. So I'm pleased with the progress made by staff. So again, thank you very much. I would like to open for any additional question or comments.
I just want to thank you for your staff report. Thank you, Veronica, for all your dedication and hard work. Please extend our thank you and appreciation to everybody who collaborated to get this to where it is now. And by seeing the renditions that for each school site, it's very exciting to see that hopefully a few years down the road we'll be able to make our roads not only safer but more attractive to aesthetically, and hopefully that would also help beautify our community and also at the same time attract more businesses and people who want to come to our city. So thank you very much for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I think we have a motion.
If there's no question or comments, we have motion on the floor.
Motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West, to adopt a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adopting the City of Westminster Safe Routes to School Plan." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
5.4, agreement for Exxon Enterprises, Inc. For the purchase of body-worn cameras, taser, dash cameras, related equipment, 10 years of storage, and related services. Staff, can you go ahead and briefly update us on this? Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. This is a very big project for the Police Department and the City of Westminster. As you know, transparency in law enforcement is a very big item for us and for the public. To help us with that and to tell our side of the story that often differs from others that might be involved in events, we wear body-worn cameras. Also, to minimize lethal force, Our officers are required to carry and use tasers when they can minimize a situation. Instead of using a firearm, they use a taser. And the taser is a less than lethal device to where we're saving lives by using it with combative suspects and subjects. Our contract is up with taser, and it's called Axon, but taser and body-worn cameras. We entered into negotiations with them several months ago, actually more than several months ago. We also want to expand some of the technology they offer. Right now, we do not have in-car video systems, which are very, very valuable. We have found with the body-worn cameras, when we have crashes, it's not captured. Somebody of my stature would only record the steering wheel, for example, if my taser's right, or I'm sorry, my body-worn camera's on my chest or on my belt. With the in-car videos, you capture everything that's going around. Also, with certain critical incidents, sometimes body-worn cameras are knocked off our officers in fights, for example. Sometimes in shootings, they only capture the inside of the forearms because the officer's holding a weapon. And we'll say the technology used in them, sometimes it's because it's a small device, it's not clear, it might come out a little grainy, but the in-car systems perform much better, and it's much more clear. And I've actually had many of incidents where it was inconclusive on body-worn camera, yet the in-car video systems captured what we needed captured to prove our case. In one case that stands out in my mind was a shooting where the suspect's family, suspect was ultimately shot and killed, unfortunately, by police, but the suspect's family said, your officer shot first. Well, on the body-worn cameras, it was unclear who shot first. You can hear gunfire, you can't see anything, you got officers hiding behind cars, so you only saw the car, but it was luckily the in-car video that captured the rounds being fired first by the suspect, and very clearly. In fact, the first car that was hit by the suspect's gunfire had a camera in it, and you could actually see the impact in the windshield that the in-car video was behind. So we believe strongly in all these devices for some of the aforementioned that I just talked about. It is a hefty price tag. This is the industry norm. We are saving literally a few $1 million by actually subscribing. And this price includes 125 body-worn cameras. I want to add that it's not just for our sworn personnel, because we're about 100 sworn when we're fully complemented, a little under. But we have parking control officers, police service officers, animal control officers, and sometimes they enforce laws against people that might disagree with certain things that are happening. They come, they complain, and sometimes the story they're telling us differs from that the story we're being told by the officer, and it's a little different, and now we have something to compare with. And I know a member of the public came up earlier saying, hey, I hope this is the case. It actually is the case. We're going to have all of our field staff wearing these things. So if you're public facing in the field, you'll have a body-worn camera. If you're driving a marked police unit, whether it's parking, animal control, or a police car, you will have a dash camera in it. And if you're a police officer, you'll also be carrying the latest taser. They carry tasers now, but they are outdated. This will be the latest and greatest with those, and that's important to us. Like I said, if you don't have a taser, you usually have to resort to your firearm. And personally, I'd rather be tased than shot. I think most people would. So this is all very important equipment. In addition to this hardware, we actually get unlimited storage. Doesn't sound like much. It's not the cool part of it, if you will, but storage is a very, very big deal. We record a lot. Every encounter with police, the body-worn camera is activated, and subsequently, if it's approved, so will the dash cameras. That is a lot of incoming data, and we have to have a place to store it. It's going to be regulated by the evidence code, so we have to retain it for a certain amount of time. We have to retain it sometimes forever in the case of homicide. We have to be able to transmit it to court so as evidence. And this price actually includes unlimited, and that is what we need, unlimited amount of storage for all the evidence we'll be collecting. Like I said, we do have it now, but we purchased. This is a subscription. We're going to save a lot of money. We're saving more by entering into a 10-year deal. We did look at a 5-year deal too. Quite frankly, it was just more economical for us to go into a 10-year deal. And it does include upgrades as well. So I won't be in front of you again saying we have outdated technology, which is what I'm saying right now, because it includes upgrades over the next 10 years for this equipment. With that, I do want to save the funding for this. The first payment, and it's the biggest of the payments, is ARPA funded. After that, it goes to general fund. And now we'll answer any questions you have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for the staff report. My thought is that it's not only transparency, just like what you said earlier, but I think that the safety of our PDs is very important, and I think that we should provide enough equipment for you to do your job. With that, I will open up for the question, but I move to approve the item.
A second.
I have a question, but
Please.
go ahead.
Please.
Okay, so I understand that this is very important, transparency, having cameras, having taser preventative is better than shooting a gun at someone. I understand that, and it's important. But what I'm thinking is that I feel like we need to get an RFP to see if there's a company out there that can give us a better deal with better technology, maybe the same technology, but with a better cost. I mean, this is $5 million, almost $6. So I know it will increase within 10 years. So this $5 million, I'm thinking is $10 million by 10 years from now. So what I'm saying is that I suggest if we can modify, Mr. Mayor, if we can get an RFP just to see what other companies out there.
And Mayor, I'd like to respond to that.
Yes, please.
First, it's not a $10 million deal. It's a 5-point-something million dollar deal. It's not going up. We'll be fixed in price for 10 years. So financially, we like this deal. Second, I adamantly oppose going out for RFP on this, and I'll explain why. First, we're out of contract. Hence, we are out of time. We are out of time. We will not have tasers. They'll be out of warranty. We'll be out of contract with our body-worn cameras. And then for the biggest part of this is single source. So we might actually, to the councilwoman's credit, we probably can find a body-worn camera for cheaper. We probably can find, I'm not even sure if they make other types of tasers, but let's say we can. This is a bundle deal, so we're not going to be able to find a better deal. And the biggest part of this, believe it or not, is the storage of the data. No one else has evidence.com. And it is the only system our district attorney's office accepts for evidence right now. So there is no other company we can miraculously find that's going to have that. That is the only system the district attorney's office works with right now. Now, is there a workaround? Yes, but it'll be laborsome. The district attorney only uses evidence.com. So what we would have to do if we went with a different company, which again, timeline-wise, we couldn't do. But if we did, we would have to now hire people to download all the evidence going over there, whether it was on a CD or a thumb drive or other device, to now bring over to the DA's office, probably in triplicate, because the defense gets one, the court gets one, and of course the prosecution gets one. So we'd have to hire staff to do that, which is ongoing costs, and of course materials, and it's not the preferred method. The vast majority of police departments across the nation are with Axon. The vast majority of Orange County agencies are with Axon, and it's for the reasons I just described.
With your clarification, I think it's, I truly believe that you diligently vetted into this
I have a
agreement.
couple more questions.
Hold on, but would you
Okay.
please let me finish?
Absolutely.
So because, it's clear explanation, therefore I am responding to you, Councilmember West. I'm not going to modify my.
I have a comment.
Okay, that's fine. I just have a
okay.
couple,
So-
I have two more questions for him.
Okay, who were first?
I was first.
Okay, can you refrain on
was-
that?
First?
I haven't
was
gone at all.
I still have questions for him.
I haven't gone, but, whatever.
Okay,
You're running the
Mind
show.
if I
You go.
continue my question with the chief?
okay, go
Since
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Chief, like I understand, you must have done your research on all of this, but I'm looking at this report, January 29th, 2019 is when you guys approve of the first batch, right?
Batch?
The batch of this cameras, and now it's just renewal process. So what I'm saying is that you said we're running out of time. So you guys, you've been on the council for the last 2.5 years. We are going up for renewal. Have you looked into getting a RFP with other company? Because you might be right that there might not have better cameras or better storage with other company, but you might be wrong as well. If we do an RFP, it's just not saying we're not using Axon, but there might be other company who have the storage or better cameras or better, the same service or better.
Yes.
So that's why,
So
when is this retired? I mean, when is this up?
To address your first question is we did look at many other companies, and in fact, I personally met with a few of them over the last 6 months. We've been looking at this for about a year. This is single source. No other company offers this bundle, and we have to bundle. And I'll give you an example. That's the only taser device that we authorize. So we can't go get another taser device. So if we buy that taser, then we don't have the same body-worn camera, we don't have the same in-car video system, and then we don't have a way to save the data all together. One of the other devices, too, that wouldn't link up with let's say, I'll call it a thrift bargain, if that's what you're asking for, the cheaper estimate, is they offer, and I didn't want to get in the weeds in this, but I think I have to a little to explain. For example, we're a little behind in technology. Axon has technology. Should the officer draw his weapon or draw his taser, it automatically turns on the body-worn camera. We can't mix and match those features. In fact, we have to get licenses for all these devices. So we can't use, we'll use a little of their technology here and a little of theirs over here. None of the companies allow us to do that, to my knowledge. But we did look, and we did feel we didn't need to go out for an RFP. We can't go out for an RFP because we're mixing apples and oranges, because this was a bundle deal and no one else has all the equipment we're looking for. And then one more major issue is we have gigabytes times 1,000 of data, and it's in evidence.com because since 2019 we've had Axon. That's already there. We need to maintain that. We can't leave Axon because we have so much evidence, digital evidence, in our evidence.com account, and none of these other companies have that. So when we go out to RFP, we're very specific. We need this. But when we look at what this is, none of these other companies offer it. So this was a single source purchase. And that's the definition of a single source. None of these other companies can do what we're asking with evidence.com, with TASER, with the automatic activation of a weapon draw and the activation of the camera, with some of the, and again, I could talk pretty long on some of the details, but the point of it was none of these other companies will be able to submit an RFP, and all we would be doing is delaying. And we looked into this so long that now we've delayed it to where we have to go with them. But we'd have to go with them anyway because they're the only viable solution for our needs.
We got you. We got you.
Chief,
So
maybe-
I'm sorry, Councilmember West. You have the tries going you have second round already.
It's not, it's my turn. I haven't.
Other
wasn't
council
applied.
member have not got a chance to go. So I would like to call Council Member Menzel.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief,
Question.
I know you had a really quick presentation, so thank you for, thank you for doing your best, but just for the transparency's sakes, and maybe some folks maybe not have read the agenda all the way through, can you speak about, I'm reading it here, like what's the bundle, what are we getting, and I'm particularly interested in the upgrade, like we get, at year 5, we get 1 taser upgrade, so that's all 100 tasers is upgraded,
Yes.
correct?
So we get to replace our entire taser inventory when we're halfway through our contract. So keeping up, again, with technology. For example, right now, the technology we bought in 2019, the taser will fire twice. After that, if you're still in a fight and deadly force would be authorized, you would actually have to shoot the suspect. The tasers they offer now shoot 10 times. So that gives you, 8 more times that you can resolve a violent offender without actually shooting them and doing a lot more damage or possibly killing them. So the technology is such that, it's good for us. It's good for anyone that's on the receiving end, if you will. It also upgrades our body-worn cameras and our in-car videos, our docking stations, and just all the upgrades are included in this bundle deal. We don't know anyone else that gives these specific bundles that are specific to this package with everything included.
Thank you. And then what about any upgrades on the dash cams?
Yes. We get 3 in-dash camera upgrades in years 2, 5, and 10.
Okay, that's on the, oh, I see, down here. Sorry about that.
And again, that's very important to us because we spend a lot of police time on this, the research, the cost of our research in man hours, of course, coming in front of council, going through this. I know personally I'd only like to have to go through this once every 10 years. I don't know about you.
No.
And so it's saving us in a lot of ways.
Yes.
But this was not an RFP process. This was a single source.
And your estimation by going with this package, we're saving, where is it,
little over $2.6 million we're saving. Yeah. Police equipment of this magnitude for a department our size is expensive. But it's very clear we're getting much more for our money by bundling and doing this more of a registration than buying it outright like we did in 2019. And if we would have went with 10 years in 2019, I wouldn't be standing in front of you with expired equipment.
Okay. And then I see that,
And Mayor?
like you mentioned.
Yes.
And I was just going to add from a liability standpoint, as mentioned with the case that was referenced, one case that's defense that we're able to prove could save the city substantial money.
Correct. Yeah, if we have the sufficient video, then they can save us, who knows how much.
Yes, and I will say, there's no doubt and there's no comparison. Axon is the biggest player in this field, and they do supply experts in their field when we are in litigation. You can't touch them. They're the biggest, basically, in the world. And I know they're in Europe, the European area as well. I know there's a lot of startup companies out there. There's some companies that have been around a little, but they're nowhere near what this company is.
Yeah, and I see that the increments, the yearly, after year 1, the 422 plus, seems reasonable.
All right,
For
thank you.
what we're
Councilmember.
actually getting, it is.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you,
Menzel.
thank you, thank
If
you,
you
Mayor.
can refrain your additional question.
I'm good.
Now, I would like to ask Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I begin with my comment to the request of Councilwoman West, that I think your request is
An RFP.
a legitimate request because we're responsible for the tax money of the
Yeah.
people. But don't make. I want to make it clear that I will do everything in my power to support the man in blue.
Yeah.
Okay, but upon hearing what the chief talking about this, I think he did a diligent work to when you finally came up with this request. But just for the sake of the information, because the thing that I look at it is, this is like the only company that offer the technology and the service that we need. So what if they're going to increase the price, like the ambulance service that we get into, and then we need to look for alternative. So I don't know what is your response for that.
Well, there's no doubt in 10 years, just with the projections of where the economy is going, if you look back 10 years ago and what things cost, I can tell you we were not going to have to worry about it for 10 years. But things will be more expensive in 10 years. Mm-hmm. But there might be more options in 10 years. Right now I'm standing in front of you saying this bundle, there's no options. This is sole source. This is the only place we can get what we need. In 10 years, some of these companies might catch up and be a viable option for us, and it might be more competitive. Right now, Axon has the market in this arena by bundling.
All right, so with that, I motion to approve.
Okay, we already have the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes, please. I would like not to be interrupted. First of all, if I could remind, or actually I'll just give a little bit of history. First, I don't know if Mayor G. Charlie remember this, but in June of 2018, when we first approved the trial period, and you and myself and you were on the council at the time. So at that time, I was very skeptical of this company, and because we're kind of one of the first police department to be doing this, and actually we weren't the first, but we were kind of like maybe a couple of the first ones. And Axon, we looked into Axon with skepticism. And at the time, I myself voiced my opinion, saying that during the trial period, and then I believe after that June 18 trial period, and your report reminded me that we entered into contract January 29th, 2019, and so that was 6 months later. And there was one of the things that I was very, very skeptical about was the unlimited data storage via evidence.com, because my statement at the time from the dais was, oh, they are going to get us for, and you weren't here, for data storage. For those of you who were here, I'm sure you remembered I said that. And so I believe, fasting forward to now, how many years later, 7 years later, just how time flies. And fasting forward, now I understand more about Axon and its ability, and I feel that the unlimited data storage via evidence.com we no longer have, but it's really bundled in there. And I just want to preface by saying, first of all, for a company like this, or shall I say for this type of use, we need to choose someone or a company with the economy of experience. And by that, I'm sure you know what I mean, is someone with experience that is Exxon. I don't work for Exxon. I don't get commissioned by Exxon. Remember, I'm the one who was skeptical at the very beginning when we chose Exxon. And so therefore, having said that, I just want to remind the council that we are not shopping for the lowest price leader here, okay? Because that could be somebody else. But they have gone through the test of time. For 7 years, you have tested them out, and when you say they are serving you well and their equipments are good, and now we have this new contract, okay, bundling contract that saves us $2.6 million. I applaud you for coming up with such a contract, for coming to, I'm sure you have a lot to do with the contract and the negotiation of the contract. So one of the things that today I can say that, so we find that Axon has come through for us, for our PD, and they have become a trusted company. We have built that trust. Once again, I said, it's important that we choose a company with economy of experience, not shopping, we're not shopping for the lowest price, okay? And what I like is the fact that we're leasing. Well, prior to that, I said, purchasing is good, but having seen how things, over time, technologies, really cause our cameras and whatnot, body-worn cameras, your in-dash cameras to become obsolete over time. And so leasing those equipments make a lot of sense. We're getting upgrades 2.5 at 2.5 years, 5 years, and 7 years. That really is a plus. It really sweetened the pot. And then what really sweetened the pot further for me is that, this is a no-brainer. This is the choice, okay? They are the choice for us, is that OCDA, okay, company of choice is Axon. And the access to evidence.com is really telling us that we must choose Axon. So then there's the savings, of course. I cannot quantify how much we saved, but I can tell you that I'm sure in the future, if we make a deliberate, shall I say, if we so choose, okay, if we want to go through that research, or shall I say, take careful notes of the lawsuits that we save, the ones that could have, that could become a lawsuits that we have prevented or, deterred, et cetera, okay? So because of the access to evidence.com, I see that this is a no-brainer. We must approve this item. So I don't know if somebody moved to approve?
All right, there was motion and second on the floor. I think this is very crucial
substitute
to
motion.
no, hold on. This is very crucial to our PDs, so I urge council members vote yes for this. But you're absolutely right. You can substitute the motion if you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not doubting this company. I understand this company is a $1.5 billion company, but I know that you mentioned that you've talked to other company. I would love to know which company it is that you talked to that wouldn't give us, the same quality of services. But this is, maybe I should rephrase, it's not about getting the cheaper company, but because it is a $5 million plus bills that we are out of the taxpayer money, that I feel like our responsibility is do an RFP, which might be what, 40,000,
I think that
50,000?
you are repeating yourself. So what is your substitute motion?
So my substitute motion is maybe we can stay with this company, Axon, but have a shorter term deal, And then if we can fully study on this comprehensive landscape, I think that's reasonable, especially this is a $5 million plus deal.
Mayor, can I make a comment on that?
Brief
So
comment, please.
my brief comment would be any delay shorter than 10 years, we don't get the same savings.
All right.
So if we, even a
Thank you.
5-year deal will probably cost us $1 million.
Thank you. There is a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second to it? Hearing none.
You know what? For the courtesy, okay, I second.
Okay, there's a second on the motion, substitute motion. Let's roll call for the substitute motion first.
Okay. I have a substitute motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Ho?
No.
No? Mayor Nguyen?
No.
Okay. I have a motion 3-2, and that's,
So first of all, the motion fails.
The full motion
oh, I'm
fell.
sorry.
Right, so now we go back to the main motion.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to approve the agreement for Axon Enterprise, Inc. for the purchase of body-worn cameras, tasers, in-vehicle dash cameras, related video equipment, 10 years of data storage and related services beginning in fiscal year 2024 to 2025 until fiscal year 2033 to 2034 with a 10-year total cost of $5,251,463.32, and authorize the city manager or her designee to execute the amended agreement in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Before I make a vote, I want to let you guys know, you guys have my utmost respect at Westminster PD, and I have always voted everything to support you guys, the same with Vice Mayor and the whole council here. But I understand this is a $5 million plus. I just feel like my responsibility is to at least get an RFP, even though you say it's $1 million that will fort out for just 5 years. If that's the case, that's just $1 million versus
May I ask
$4
you to vote
million.
on the item, please?
So with that being said, I want you guys to know that I support the men in blue, but for my responsibility as a councilwoman, I just feel like we have to be responsible with the taxpayers' money. So with that, I have to vote no, because you mentioned it's only $1 million
All
for
right,
5
thank you very
years.
much. Well, next.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion carried 4-1, and that's
Thank you,
with
Chief.
Councilwoman Fan West with a vote of no.
All right, thank you very much. Next is the item 5.5. Request to add community barbecue to the summer concert National Night Out event on August 8th, 2024 at Civic Center. I would like, this item brought up by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. So, Councilmember West, you are recognized.
Thank you. With this item, I know that Jessica, our resident, has mentioned that this draw people out with food, and I think it's important to have that partnership. And talking with staff, Vanessa as well, that she mentioned and recognized that it's better to partner up with the city when we have events, so staff is already out there. We're not having extra money out there to costs and fees. So partnering up with Police Night Out is perfect for the barbecue to bring the community together. So with that, I motion to approve this event with the police, and it's basically a community event, and it would draw the community together, and that's what we hope to have and to do. So Ms. Nam Quang, Mr. Nam Quang, do you have anything? Since you're my
I
second.
just second.
Do you want to say anything? Since
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Motion made by Councilwoman Van West.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Wait.
you're chair right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're done.
So we have of course, we have a second, and do we, would you like to speak on the subject?
I would like to hear from you first, and then I'll go after you.
Sure, okay. So, I think that we need to understand a few things, is that we already have two times a year on open house, that would be in May, and that would be with Public Works, where we get hot dogs, and hot dogs are served. And also Safety Day, and this year, July 17th. July 17th is going to be 3 weeks away from this proposed date, on item 5.5. So, number one is, there's a lot of work that goes on and a lot of costs that goes into putting an event together. Okay, so it's not just money, it's the time and effort, staff. So I believe that, what I'm having a problem with would be, so we have, if we're going to create another day, then how about spreading it out? We've got Founders Day that we are not having, we did away with. Flag Day we did away with. And then, I know July 4th might be a very competitive time because other cities are having their July 4th as well. But, to kind of spread out the things that we're doing, because the two barbecues are going to be 3 weeks away from one another, while I think this is to grandstand, to get credit, and that's kind of the theme of things these days, and that's really the theme these days, and I really don't think that that's good when you don't consider things like our small businesses. We are pro-business. We say we're a council pro-business. Well, you're looking at taking away from the food trucks. So, we do have food trucks that come, and I know that I myself have done this many times, and our council members might attest to the fact that sometimes I just want to help them drum up some business by telling the community members, the attendees of these events, we're talking about the event of summer concert, that, if they line up, the first 20 people will get free ice cream or whatever it is, at the food truck. So I try to help the food truck companies. Another thing is that I talk to staff, and some food trucks, they require a minimum. So in order for them to be there to serve our residents, they have to have a minimum. If they don't get their minimum, we're on the hook. We pay them. So I'm saying that, while hot dogs is a good idea, but we need to look, for me, I'm a researcher, so I don't just hey, hot dogs, and great to have food for everybody, that's it. I look at many different things, surrounding that topic. So how is that going to be good for our city? How is that going to be good for our business if we are our small business? We burden staff, and then we take away business from the food trucks. And so, okay, so for me, I think it's really important that we don't approve this and cause more work for staff. So item 5.5, I'm done, but I move to. I'm sorry, do we have a motion right now? I'm sorry, would you like to speak? I'm sorry,
Yes,
the mayor is back, so he's in charge.
Why don't we let Councilmember Manzo to...
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's a good point the Vice Mayor has made. I didn't really think about that prior to that. When I heard her comments, I was like, I didn't think of that. But yes, that is true. The vendors that our staff contracts to come out for those events, they do have a minimum, and if they don't get that minimum, then we're on the hook for the remainder because they have to get paid for that minimum. So if we're looking to do something for the community, for that, I mean, we could just say, like Vice Mayor suggested, the first however many, the city will pay for it. At least that way, the community will get that, and then the vendor would also be taken care of at the same time. If we have these hot dogs out there with the food, and then at the same time have the vendors there, then it's going to cause some issues there as far as the minimum for the vendor. And another point is that these types of conversations, they can be had, with staff, and then a city manager can, talk about it, and things of this nature can be implemented. There is really no need for this type of agenda item. I didn't know this, but I had a strong suspicion about this particular example that I'm going to give you, and I wanted to confirm, and I asked the mayor for a Black April celebration, Black April ceremony, that this year we had a plane with a banner flying around, and I asked him, I suspected it was his idea, and he confirmed that it was, and then I said, well, why didn't you put it on the agenda? And the answer doesn't need to get credit for it. It's just something that made the event nicer. And those are the type of things that we need to do. It's not about getting credit all the time. It's about doing things for the right reasons and doing things, in that instance, just to make that event nicer. But yeah, these conversations could be had, and no need for the grandstanding thing to happen. We can talk about it and see if doing something else besides that, so you're not affecting the vendors, and also doing something for the community. So at this time, that's all I got to say. We'll see what the mayor has to say.
All right, Councilmember Nguyen? He wants to.
question.
He has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Upon hearing Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Manzo mention about the contract with the street vendor,
The trucks.
the truck vendors. I kind of wondering that what kind of contract that we have, why we have to, substitute or reimburse the difference. This is not a very smart contract, right?
Well, we're not going to answer the rhetorical question, but whenever we get a food truck or any kind of vendor in, there is a contract. That's actually a general term of food truck vendors, is there is a required minimum. Some will actually waive that, but Vanessa can answer more of those questions.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, city manager's right. So food trucks, they put out a lot of effort to come to an event. In the past, we have struggled to secure food trucks to attend our events. At this point in time, I'm happy to say they are seeking us out. So they are looking to come to our events. Okay. That being said, they like to have a minimum amount that can be guaranteed. We have been able to meet those amounts. We're very diligent about the types of trucks that we invite to our events, their price points on their menus, what they're serving, so that it will be welcomed by who attends our events. So yes, they do like to have a minimum so that they can meet their business overhead.
Okay, so the contract that we have with the truck vendors, is for every single event, or we contract with them like over the year?
It's event to event.
All right. Mm-hmm. So in this case, if we have a barbecue, we plan to have a barbecue for the residents. We can, cancel the contract, or we're not going to contract with the truck vendors, right? Can we?
We can do that, or
All
we
right.
can invite something that's vastly different than barbecue for those who don't want hot dogs. We could do
Okay.
a pizza truck, we could do dessert truck, we'd want to include them somehow, but I would preface that by letting them know what we're doing, letting them know that we're serving a free barbecue, to expect that and see if they could waive those minimums.
All right,
for
so
that
for
event.
the $2,000 that we have on the plan, how many residents that we can serve?
Hot dogs.
For hot dogs?
Yeah.
That would be
hot
the
dog.
first 500 that was listed in the staff report.
Okay, the first 500. All right, so I think to make like a 500 residents of the Westminster be happy, the $2,000 is not that big. Okay, so how much that we pay for each council member to go to Las Vegas?
That's really not an
guess-
apples-to-apples
Yes.
comparison,
No,
and
no,
I
no,
don't
just
have
a-
that number right now.
Just answer the question.
6,000, come on. It's 6,000 per council, remember? That's why I couldn't go. You guys didn't want me to go.
All right,
6,000.
so
Can you go ahead and make your points?
you know what? I urge the council to approve this motion.
Okay, it's my turn now. Honestly, thank you very much. Honestly, I don't think that council should have this item agendized for the meeting. Looking back, this is annual event that put up by staff for many years already. And they've been running the event well for the city of Westminster, for the resident of the city, for the community. I think they enjoy it. If you have an idea, or you have, you like certain vendors, you can always recommend it to staff, and they can look into that. And if it's possible, they will, change or having a new idea or menu or more, different entertainment or different food vendors. I don't think that we need to spend time to talk about this. I think council have more of their policies and regulation and all the things that we can discuss is more important than this. So at this point here, I don't think that it's necessary for us to spend more time on this. I will entertain if there's a motion to this.
We already have a
item.
motion
Okay, what kind of motion?
to approve.
Okay,
That's what Nam Quang suggested.
Okay, Nam Quan motion to approve, and
I
is there a
second
second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay,
It was Councilwoman West who made the motion with Councilman Nguyen seconding it.
okay, either way,
And-
okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you motion it and second it by
Sure.
Councilmember Nguyen. Okay. Is there a substitute motion to this one?
I'll make a substitute motion to no action.
Take no action? Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Okay, there's a second to the substitute motion. So substitute motion go first.
Okay,
Roll call,
so
please.
I have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho, to take no action. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Can you come back to me?
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fan West.
I mean, the thing is that we're going to have the business booth that's going to cover the $2,000.
What's your vote, please?
And
We
so
already gone through this.
Therefore, you haven't allowed me to speak on this item at all, and this is my item.
Well, I call you first, right?
No, you did
I
not.
call you first. You forgot that I called you first. Before I went to the restroom, I told him that he's going to be second.
But he got two turns to talk and supposed to be back.
It doesn't matter. Right now, we are voting for the items.
But But the thing is that I'm making a statement before I vote.
Great.
I'm saying that this incentivizes business to have their booth as well, and it's $200 per booth for businesses. And that money will cover the cost of $2,000 and even more, as Vanessa has suggested. And so, and you're talking about getting credit, this is about the community. We're serving the community free, 500 residents.
Okay,
And so
I'd like to stop right here.
My vote is no.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I have a vote. Motion carried 3-2 with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen voting no.
All right, thank you very much. We move on to item 5.6, request to adopt a resolution reaffirming resolution number 5088 regarding the City of Westminster Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials. This item introduced by Councilmember Fan West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. You are now recognized, Councilmember West.
You know, I yield back to let Ms. Vice Mayor Councilmember Nam Quang to speak first. Thank you.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this resolution brought up by Councilwoman Fan West, and I second it because I think it is the right thing to do. Like over the year, since Mayor Nguyen be the mayor, everything is getting better for sure. There's no doubt about it. But still, we have so many fighting and arguing over things that we don't agree, and things went out of line. So this is the time that the council need to get together to discuss. I think one last time, we need to agree on the things that we should do to avoid the fighting and the arguments, over the time that we talk, and how we going to put the names of the one that get the credit on the resolutions. So that's when I agree to with Councilwoman Fan West to second her on this item. So back to you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ho.
This is your item, and so
No,
you
it's okay.
yielded to him, so you go, please, and please have,
I want to go last.
no, it's her item, and she's going to blame on you, she doesn't get to speak.
May I go last, Mr. Mayor?
It's your item. Let's put it this way. If it's your item, it's not this item, and I call somebody else to talk about it, do you agree with that? Agree for me to do that?
That is fine, and then I can be
Okay,
the
so
end.
next time, if you have the item, I can call somebody to go first? Are you
No,
okay with it?
if the author is okay with that,
No,
that's why I don't mind being at the
At this
end.
time, with a request from the council, it's you to speak about the item.
Okay,
please.
that's not a problem. So the reason why we brought this up is very important because the code of conduct, I know that we have it for those who enter into this public arena, the public. They have the code of ethic at the door to how to be respectful to your comment, no cussing, no screaming. And that's for you guys, but also the council, we have the code of ethics too to follow, but we have fallen short. And the reason why I agree with Councilmember Menzo is that sometimes we are the laughingstock around town. It's not only because of what the comment of activists or people who don't want solution but just come yelling at people who just got onto the council to try to make a difference and helping us with solutions. Instead of that, they just bash us, okay? So that looks bad as well. And then the other thing is the council itself. We have seen the chaos on this dais, the put down, the intimidation, the silencing. And the thing is that we don't need that. We are all adults, and we have, I know with different department here, department head like the chief of police, his department, I know they have code of ethics. They would not even allow these kind of talk or this kind of harassment in their department, and I know that for the fact. The chief would not allow that. There would be fire, and there's consequences to it. Likewise, under the city manager, in her department, no one dare to intimidate each other like that who work in the city. So when the staff have those criteria and standard, why aren't the council have that criteria and standard as well, that we respect one another and we can agree to disagree and not silence or intimidate each other or not put each other down? So when I say that, is that we have all broken that on the dais here, one or the other. But the thing is that the public hold us elected official to a higher standard. And the reason why I brought this up today is all of us already signed this contract individually. But this contract tonight is all of us agreeing together to sign together saying, you know what? The past, yes, that's correct. We have not been setting that high standard that the public have asked us to live by. But tonight, we're going to agree together to say, yes, moving forward, we're going to agree to this code of ethics. And let me read it quick right here, that the public want us to hold to a higher standard. Under the policy purpose, Exhibit A, that we are affirming today, this is conduct of the members. The professional and personal conduct of a member while exercising their office should be above reproach. And I know that's what the public want us to be. And seek to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members should refrain from abusive conduct. I know that's what our public have asked us as elected officials to live above reproach. Personal charge or verbal attack among the character or motives of the other council member. And I know that's what the public requests us to live above reproach. And so that's all I'm asking tonight, that all of us agree together tonight to sign on to this, saying moving forward today, a new slate, that we will continue to do that. And I believe in my council and mayor that they would want to hold themselves to this higher standard because the public requests us to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And that's all I'm asking, and I'm trusting my council would agree to that, and they want to hold themselves to a higher standard. And I don't think that they don't want to. So if they, I know they will, they want to, because that's what the public requests of us, and our staff requests of us. And I know that by doing that, we will, limit our bad reputation around town. So I think it starts with us as the council on the dais here to do just that. And I'm asked for the motion to approve as is, that we will sign this tonight to say we agree together to hold ourselves to the higher standard.
All right, thank you, Councilmember West. I would like to recognize Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know where to start, but first, we have already individually have all signed this. So I don't understand why would you reaffirm something we already did. I didn't interrupt you for one, so.
I'm answering your question because I'm the author.
Would you please let him, we yield for your turn.
Absolutely, thank you.
I went line by line, and I highlighted, and then I wrote down all these different instances that, by the way, just to make sure that everybody understands that our council meetings are recorded. So there's a video of every single council meeting on the website and logged. So it's not like you can deny every single thing that happens here in this council meeting. I mean, I really want to go line by line, and I wrote down instances that Councilmember West has grossly violated, not just kind of violated, but grossly violated into things that I've never heard an elected official statements and physical acts that they've done to grossly violate this. I mean, if you want to do this, I mean, I would suggest that you read it, write it, say it out loud, because those are when you read, write, and say, that helps to the memory to record and remember things. A little trick that I learned over the years: if you read it, write it, and say it, you can remember it easier. Sometimes if you just read it, silently, sometimes you may not grasp it as much. But Councilmember West, I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but I think you're kind of trying to do the little spin act, because I know I've outspoken. I know that I have interrupted. I know that I have. I'm not denying it, and I want to try to do better. But the violations that you have committed are unspeakable. It's like I can give you. I'm going to give you a really bad example.
Please.
You actually accused our assistant city manager of nepotism, that he had a family member that was part of the applicant. You accused them with no evidence whatsoever.
The city manager?
Assistant city manager. You accused them of nepotism, of saying that he may have a family member that was related to an applicant that they were recommending. I said that there's video, so please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
Please show me it. I would really
You
appreciate
can
it.
go on
Councilmember
over there.
West,
You can go.
once again, I would like to
I
ask
don't
you
want-
to
yeah.
chalk down or whatever you want to talk.
Yeah.
I will have the time for you.
I don't want to go line by line because there's so many instances that you grossly violated, and the video is there. So I don't want to get too deep in this. I want to be the bigger person. Let's just agree to, if you want, agree to start all over and make a pact to each and every one ourselves to going forward that we're going to try to do better. I mean, I can give you a lot of different examples, but I just don't want, I just don't want to stoop to that level of going back and forth, and this is just very hypocritical that you are upset. And I'm thinking that you're upset because of what happened a meeting or two ago, that I interrupted you, which is fine. You have a right to be upset if I interrupted you. I try not to do it again, but you should really, really read this Code of Ethics and Conduct, because you are one of the most, the person up here. I think, like you said, we've all have broken it at some point, interrupting each other, speaking over each other at one point. And the other point I want to make, based on the agenda here, where it states about being muted, but I mean, it's on the agenda here, cutting off or speaking or muted, aggressive tones. But just in case you're not aware, it is literally the mayor's job to run the meeting and to make sure that the council members are not getting out of control. And if he sees that, it is literally his job to take control of the meeting. And if he has to, push the mute button to try to get control of the meetings. That is literally the job of the mayor or the chair to do that. So I don't understand why it's on this agenda as an issue. So mean, that's all I had to say. I don't want to keep going, so
Can
I'm
you
good,
repeat?
Mayor.
Very
Where
much.
that-
Vice Mayor Ho, let me go around first.
Let me start by saying that, Ms. Van West, you are playing victim, but you're the one in violation of law and policy. So it is very ironic that the very person who violates on a regular basis is asking for this agenda. And so, as somebody said, and I agree, that this is a frivolous agenda. We are spending so much time on agendas that highlight you, that you grandstand yourself, and you are now the pot calling the kettle black. And so, I really don't want to stoop to your level, but as you know, Councilmember Manzo said, that I believe the very person, the person who needs to sign it is you, to reaffirm, to understand the code of ethics better so that you can live by it better, do whatever you need to do, to read it out loud, say it, write it, etc., as recommended. And, you know, I believe that I was also, you know, it's regarding the, what upset me was, I don't, this is actually, I'm a party of the false police report that you filed against, I believe, Councilmember Manzo. And so you made up lies, you created lies, and then now you're, you know, really putting us on trial. So I do believe that you need to be held accountable, and you need to abide by and adhere to the code of ethics. So I believe that if we continue to, as a council, if we continue to entertain the lies, I believe somebody is going to sue us, our city, for slander or defamation. So I do believe that we need to stand up and we need to make sure that we don't keep entertaining these types of items. So I'd like to, I don't know if there's a motion or is there a second?
Not yet. I haven't had a chance.
Oh, yes, please go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. It's my job to run the meeting effectively. And I remember that over a year being as a mayor, I never mute anyone beside you, and at least 2 or 3 times. Then you better look at yourself. You read the items from the Code of Ethics. But have you think about it? Those are the violation. You actually violate those, what you just read. You see that when you're talking, people listen to you. No one interrupt you. But then when people present their comments, their inputs, here you are jumping in and trying to cut them off. And I, as a mayor, warn you, it just happened just a few minutes ago. These are the things that you did, which, you know, at some point you go overboard. That you are not stopping, even though I try to warn you a lot of times. So there is the only way that I can do is to mute you. Talking about code of ethics, you know that we are not done with the meeting yet, and you are down there with the vendors, with the people out there. And then when I call you back to finish the meeting, you said you have a quorum. I tell you, if you are doing this next time, either I'm going to help you out or back or dais, or else I'm not going to finish the meeting. And you have to understand that you have to be respect to people in order for people to respect you. So at this point here, if you ask us to resign or you want to reaffirm this resolution, I think it's a nonsense. So I don't think that, well, I want to go ahead and ask if there is some motion for this one.
Mr. Mayor, you asked me to write down all the questions.
Okay, you go ahead and
wrote down
make
all
your
the
points.
questions.
As I told you, I will give you the time, then this is the time for you to go ahead.
I appreciate that. So, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that you muted me because, it's been a year and a half that you've been the mayor, and the only person you mute is me, and it's been a year and a half. And we have all know who your partners are on the dais here. We already know that. And the reason you mute me and interrupt me, and I'll give you an example, because you said you never interrupt me or interrupt me when I talk. You have interrupted me when I talk about having the yellow flag with the 3 red stripe to have it on the agenda here. And I fought with you for 3 months to make sure we got that approved. And you have interrupted me, you have point finger at me on the dais and bang you've done all that, we saw that, okay? Right. So don't say that you have not interrupted me. And you said that when I talk, no one interrupt. You did interrupt, Mr. Mayor. Menza, you have interrupt. The most recent one is that you said, oh, hurry up. And yes, I say hurry up.
I said that.
And the thing is that, yes, that's correct. You interrupt, and you mentioned that this meeting is the mayor's meeting. It's not your meeting, Mr. Menzo.
I said
the mayor is in charge of it, and you did interrupt me. But not only that, the time when I read the Constitution at the for the members and the AB 123, that is my time when I have the floor to read the Constitution, because I sworn to defend and protect the Constitution. And it is my duty to read that, and I read it, and you interrupt me, and you don't want me to read it because you say it's only Congress can read it. Then why did we sworn into the Constitution to defend and protect? So you interrupt me because you don't want the people to know the Constitution. Okay, so the thing is that if you do want it, then just let me speak. Why did you have to interrupt? Okay, so let me finish. When you're talking about interruption,
how much longer are you going to finish?
I took notes. You told me to take notes, and then when my turn around, I can ask those questions and make that statement.
Hurry up then.
So that's what I'm. So I have to hurry up.
Yes. You have a chance to talk about this already.
Okay, that's the reason why you're not being fair. As the mayor, you have to be nonpartisan and fair. Let me finish. You asked me to write down the notes when you guys are talking.
Go ahead and finish.
And that's what I'm doing. And I'm answering your question, what you have accused me of. So I want to address it. So let me please finish. Because I speak for District 1. I represent District 1.
Can I interrupt you?
So may I finish?
Can I interrupt you for a minute? You trying to accuse me that I said that I didn't mute you. I don't think you have a hard of hearing or something. Because
so
I
you
came
just
out,
did.
I said for a year and a half, I have not muted anyone except you.
Exactly.
That's right.
And that's what I said.
Why you said that? I never say that I mute.
No, you didn't listen, because I said you never muted anyone except for me.
Do it.
And the thing is that there's some activists here, there's only 3 or 4 or 5.
May I ask you to go to the point, please?
But what I'm saying, let me
Go ahead.
finish?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is that you have interrupted, Manzo and Kimberly has interrupted as well. Even tonight, the whole time on the dais, she accused, condemned, and interrupt. And I mentioned in one of the agenda, yes, you just broke the code of ethics, and she's silent because it's true. Because in the code of ethics, it says, refrain from abusive conduct, personal charge, or verbal attacks. And that's what you guys been doing the whole night, guys. And you just put down. You know, you don't need to put down. You don't need to say, I'm a hypocrite, because when you point, I'm a hypocrite, all four are pointing back at you guys. So we're all a hypocrite. The purpose for this agenda is for all of us to say, you know what, we're going to live to a higher standard moving forward, that we all sign on this to agree tonight, that we're going to make a difference, and we're going to move forward and apply this. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, then is there a motion to that?
And not yet. Let me finish the note I wrote. And so, may I finish, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And so, Kimberly, you said I'm playing a victim. You're accusing me. All you're doing is accusation. Oh, you're doing a high grandstand. This is not the purpose for that. You're just accusing me. And you say you're not going to stoop to my level. What are you talking about? I haven't stepped down to any level. All I'm asking tonight is for us to agree to live to a higher standard. You know, to be respected on the dais in a good working environment of peace. And, you know, peace and just agree to disagree with people and not to put people down. That's all I'm asking. And then, you know, for you to just accuse me of all of this just the whole night and just tonight as well. I just feel like if you truly want to apply this code of ethics, then maybe we should all write it down for ourselves, like you mentioned, and really apply it and take it to heart. That's why I put this out tonight. It's for us to sign and say, yes, I agree to live to a higher standard, because staff and the public would appreciate that. That's all I'm asking. And all you guys do is put me down.
Is there a motion to that?
So I motion to approve as is, that we would sign this to say we want to live to a higher standard. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
Is there a second to that?
I second.
Okay, I want to make a substitute motion to that. Then my motion is take no action for this item.
I'll second it, but can I say a few things, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I really didn't want to say anything else anymore, but Councilmember West, she does a really good job of pretending she doesn't remember and always playing the victim. Right now, if you go on video, she'll crop it, and then she'll make herself start putting it out there and her YouTubes and everything, and do what she does best, and then make it look like she's a victim. But Councilmember West, as I mentioned earlier, I said, is make a pact to start afresh. I said that I did interrupt you. I acknowledge that. And then you turn around and say that I acting like I didn't just say that 2 seconds ago.
I didn't say that.
The mayor, he said he muted you, and then you turn around and say that he didn't, that he doesn't mute you, that you're the only one that muted you. He said he muted you. He's acknowledging that. But you're going to do a good job of playing the victim. Like I said earlier, everything is recorded. Every single meeting is recorded. And if we sat here all night and went line by line, I can give you instances where you have grossly violated each and every single one of them. You have berated the public, you call the public names, you go out there and we have other council members taking pictures of the public, intimidating the public. Who does that? Who does that?
Show me example where.
There's
I took
video.
picture.
Not you. We have another council member who does that, berating the public, accusing staff of misdoing, but you have no proof. You accuse staff here in the public, and then you've accused staff on your social media. You accuse staff of taking bribes from somebody, an applicant, and why would you do that? You have no evidence of that, and you make accusations that a member of our staff was taking bribes to get their application through. Who does that? Why would you do that?
When did I say that?
There's video. Stop denying it. There's video.
Where? Show me where. Okay, I really want to
Okay,
show
look
you.
at
Show
it.
me
Why
that.
would you do that? Why would you act the way you act? Nobody does that. I'm pleading with you, saying, don't act like you're the victim. Just start afresh from this point forward, as Councilmember Nguyen stated, and let's move forward. But don't sit here and play like you're the victim. Let's just start fresh and go. Let's make a pact. We're going to all try to do better. and move forward. But don't act like you're the victim.
My point is, there's no point to reaffirm this, the resolution for 5088. I guess it's very with the reason why we are not going to do this, and I believe that we have the motion to move as is.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
And there is a substitute motion for that. I'm going to take one more from the Councilmember Nguyen, and if there's more, then I will call for questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oops. It came off. All right. I really don't want to see everything's going this far. However, I was looking for a solution, a remedy, not. But all I see is instead of come up with a solution, then I heard the two council members, look down on Councilwoman Amy Van West. What is a stoop to your level? Okay, what level that you are at? Come on. Okay, so first of all, I think Council Member Manzo, you said that just move on and sign the paper and move on with it. I totally agree. At that time, why don't we all sign the paper and move on with it? Just don't get to this point. So.
Okay.
All right.
Are you
so
finished?
Are you back?
Okay. Well, we have the motion and substitute motion. Go ahead and remind us the substitute motion by who and seconded by whom, and substitute motion will go first.
Okay, so I have a substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo to take no action. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West.
Before I make a vote, I want to read this again, that the elected officials should live above reproach and not verbally attack upon the character or motives of the other council member. And the whole night, you guys are doing that. You guys are attacking my character and my motives. Instead of finding solution to just sign this to move forward, but you guys are accusing me the whole time. And it's evident, like you said, it's on camera. Everyone has seen it. I'm trying to be cordial and to bring respect back to our city and on the dais so we won't be the living laughing stock again. And all I'm asking is us living seriously with this conduct and apply it. But you guys don't really care. You guys don't want to, because so that way you guys are not signing this, so you guys are saying, I'm not going to hold myself to a higher standard. And I know that we will continue to have abusive conduct, personal charge, verbal attack of someone's character and motives moving forward. And I'm very sad. I'm very sad that's what you guys want to do. So for my motion with that taking no action, I vote no.
Okay, Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion carried 3-2 with Councilwoman Fan West and Councilmember Nguyen voting no to take no action.
Okay, next item is 5.7, request to revise process for placement of the agenda items and calling of City Council special meetings. This item introduced by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. So, Councilmember West, you are recognized.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I want Mr. Nam Quang Nguyen to speak first on this item regarding, I know he has good ideas, so I agree with him on this item.
You know what, at this time, I don't want to go first.
Okay, I will go first. That's totally fine. So this item, myself and Councilmember Nam Quang Nguyen, we've talked about how, I don't think we have a policy to those who call for special meeting should have the name on it, because if the mayor call it, then yeah, we just only have the mayor's name, that's totally fine. But if the council call for a special meeting, then of course, there's two other members have to be listed, so that way we can have a quorum. That doesn't mean we're gonna vote alike, it's just for us to have a quorum. And that's all we're requesting. If a council member requests a special meeting, let's have all three that approve for a quorum on there. Because we don't have that policy right now, so there's no confusion. But if we already have the policy of the mayor who called for it and his name is on it. But so therefore, with that, I think that's very important for us to know that we have a quorum, who is on this, and what not to see, and that doesn't mean we are violating the Brown Act. So I think I agree to that. I think that's smart, that's wise. If a policy we have it, we just lean back on the policy so there's no confusion and no infighting. That will spare the infighting. And I think that's important. And then also right here, I'm going to read this. Any request by either the mayor or two council member must comply to the following general application restriction. Requests from the council member must be made 2 Thursday prior to the council meeting to coincide with the staff calendar that's already there. We're just affirming that. The mayor or council member requests the item shall retain control of the item and when it will be placed on the agenda. Reasonable time shall be given to staff to allow for research and preparation for the report. And third is if the item is presented at a public meeting and fail, there is a 6-month cooling period that the item cannot be requested again by the same council member unless there is an urgency or determined by the city manager or the majority vote of the council, city council as a result of new information, legislation, litigation, or policy. The item, so that's the first section. The second section is if an item is requested for the meeting by a special meeting is called to discuss the same and similar item, credit should go to the provide to the council member who called the special meeting to prevent the Brown Act violation. Only the initiator of the item and his or her second should be allowed to work on that report so we don't violate the Brown Act. And if the item is requested by multiple council, then whoever requests it first should his or her name and the second should be on it. So that's all we're requesting. So we have, unless you guys have something you guys want to change, that's totally fine. I'm open to it, ideas and suggestions. So that way we have a protocol and policy that we can follow by. And Ms. Nam Quan, do you want to speak?
Nam Quan, do you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the reason that this resolution came up because we have to go back to the last two council meeting when we have the special meeting on Friday. That's what I remember. So. The whole thing is Councilwoman Van West initiated the special meeting. I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, you call Christine, right? Okay. You call Christine and then what happened?
So I have the text, so maybe I should read it, so that way
Please.
There's nothing, I'm not quoting wrong, on this. So let me pull this up right here. Okay. Okay, I have it here. So.
Okay, while we waiting for Councilwoman Van West to look for the text, I'm going to continue here. So you call Christine, and then I believe that Christine said that you, if you want to call for a special meeting, you got to have a three council to to agree on that, right? So you call Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes,
and then what happened?
that's correct. Okay, so I screenshot the text, so let me pull this up so it's easier for you guys, because I want to be accurate. I don't want to quote incorrectly. Okay? She did this last meeting already. So, right here, thank you for being patient, council members. Okay, so Friday, May 3rd, I go, Christine, at 9:37 a.m., can you please give me a call? And then she gave me a call, we talk on the phone, and I go, Christine, I was really bummed when I saw the agenda item. It only have Kimberly and Charlie's name, but you know I called for this meeting. And you know Menzo was my second for during the Vietnam War veteran. And not only that, but he hijacked it with Kimberly and took it away from me instead of talking to me about it and fixing this together. I didn't say anything because I don't want to bring it up. And I told Christine, I have yielded so many times, but I feel like this is really saddening me because I've yielded back, and you know the right thing is that I call for this meeting, and I should have my name on it. I'm not saying that not to have Charlie or Kimberly's name off. I say keep their name on because it took 3 to get the quorum. And so after before we hang up, she said, okay, let me think about it. And so I go, okay, you can think about it. Because for me, I could have said, you just verify and affirm to me that I am the one who called for this meeting, then why do you need to think about it? But instead of me saying that, because I don't like to micromanage people, the way how I do things is I give them the benefit of doubt. So that's why I said, Christine, go ahead, think about it, and get back to me. So she did. At 11:01 a.m., she said, it will be a verbal acknowledgement tonight on the dais that you, in fact, initiated the special meeting. I have also agendized myself on May 8th closed session agenda so all of us and the council member can discuss this situation in detail. I go at 11:27. I said, thank you for the acknowledgement tonight, but I would prefer that you do your job and add me as an author of the resolution. Since the mayor joined me in calling for the special meeting, and he and I should be the author, if you want to include Kimberly, that is totally fine with me. But you excluding me is unprofessional, political bias, and not following protocol. And then at 11:28 a.m., Christian texts back and say, we can discuss all that on Wednesday, May 8th. And then at 11:30, she say, or you are more than welcome to address my deficiency related to this item at tonight meeting. And then I go, I'm bringing this to your attention professionally, privately, and one-on-one. Hopefully you can address and fix what you yourself call deficiency. And that's all I asked and left it with.
Okay, you know what? What I want to know is how was Vice Mayor Ho, answer you when you call her and ask her to be your second?
Exactly. So when I asked Christine on the phone when she gave me that call at 9 something along that line.
Right.
She called me, and when I asked that question, okay, so before that, so I go, how can I make sure, what is the protocol to call for a special meeting? And she instructs me that since you're the council member, you need 3 to have a quorum. And then I go, okay, then I'll call Kimberly to ask her to be my second, and then Christine's recommendation and suggestion that in order to not violate the Brown Act and to look appearance like breaking the Brown Act, let me call the mayor and then ask him, so in that way that won't violate, and then you have the 3. And so when I called Kimberly, I asked her, Kimberly, you know, I think it's very important that we call for a special meeting because this is urgent. This is unacceptable that they're doing this for our Vietnamese community and our veterans and the American community. And she said, you know what, I want to put it for May 22nd because I think it's better that way. It's not warrant for a special meeting. And I go, Kimberly, like this is very important and we need to take action on this. And so she said, okay, if the mayor's okay with it, then I'll be okay with it. Then I call Christine and I say, okay, Christine, Kimberly say she'll be okay if the mayor's okay. Can you please call? She called the mayor, Nguyen. And she said to me that, Mr. Mayor, Amy wants to call for a special meeting. Are you okay with that? The mayor said yes. That's what she told me. And so therefore we have the quorum. And so I'm expecting her to put the names of all three of us for a quorum on the agenda. But when I saw that at that night, when it went live on the web, I didn't see my name. And I talked to a few people. I go, you know, I'm really bummed, but for the sake of the community, let's not talk about it. And then I slept through it, and that morning, I'm just really bothered by it, you know? I yield back on so many items and trying to bring respect into the city by not mentioning anything, who stole my agenda and not working with me. I would love for Menzo to work with me to adjust the Vietnam War veteran. But instead of that, he has Kimberly to be his second. And just took it, and even when I talked to Christine about it, she said, yes, I told Menzo, but he didn't care. And I told him the consequences, the appearance is that it looks bad that you just stole this item from her instead of working with her to fix this. And she's the one that brought this up, to have honoring our veteran. And so therefore, I told Christine, like, you know, I'm really bummed. And so that's the reason why we have that dialogue, that text message.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman West. Let me ask our city manager, Christine Cotto, this question. So why didn't you put the Councilwoman Phang West on the item? Take into consideration that she's the one who initiated first.
So I think there seems...
Before you answer, I will also ask you to put you on stand too. I'd like for you to clearly identify the timestamp as who called first and at what time, and what action that you took after that.
Like now?
Yes.
All right.
Just state the truth. I know you're trying to be, courteous to the council, but the truth is the truth. I have a few members of community ask me to ask this question to you tonight. So
yeah,
I ask you to be frankly tell us about it.
Mr. Mayor, since I asked her first, can she answer my question?
That's fine.
Well, I'll answer your question through this because I really don't want to go through this inquisition more than one time. So Wednesday, May 1st, 9:50 a.m., and I'll read all this out because of the fact that it is already made public record, so it's already on the internet somewhere. So Vice Mayor Ho sent me a text message at 9:50 in the morning stating that I would like to put out on the agenda to denounce the LA supervisor proclaiming April 30th to honor Jane Fonda. And she sends me a link of this. She says this is a very insensitive action toward the Vietnamese refugee community at the least and disrespectful to those who gave their lives in the Vietnam War. I wrote back at 9:53, who is going to be your second? I have some thoughts about this. She said, thoughts are welcome. Those are my initial reactions, and I am pretty sure Amy will. That's what she said at the time. So I shared my thoughts. I said days are shared all the time. I would say pick your battles. It was 9:54. And in the end, I told her that let me know who your second will be at 9:58 a.m. And she said she, Charlie, Wynn will second. I said, okay. So that was the first instance in which in which anybody asked me about this Jane Fonda proclamation. So that's the first part. Let me jump to another part now. I have to look at a call log. This is on the Wednesday before the actual special meeting, by the way. So May 1st. I'm sorry? Okay. All right, so it's a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, I'd be more prepared if I knew this was going to be an issue. So,
Well, you
so after that point, going back to that, so that was my discussion with Vice Mayor Ho. So afterwards, Vice Mayor Ho and I spoke at 10 a.m., in which we then hashed out about a little bit more context about what the Jane Fonda item would be, what she wanted to do with, Mayor Nguyen being her second. We discussed that, there's not enough time to get this on the May 8th agenda because that deadline has since passed. At the time, she said that it was not, that she didn't feel that it was urgent, that it was an urgent matter to get it on to the May 8th agenda. And so she had discussed that, it would be okay to put on the May 22nd agenda, which would have been tonight. And she was fine with that. And so that was a 7-minute conversation. After that, at 10:07 a.m., in a 9-minute conversation with Councilwoman Fan West, that's where she called me to let me know that she wanted to do a press release regarding the Jane Fonda proclamation, to which I already knew because she had already let my administrative assistant know that she was doing a press release. So I let her know that I knew she was doing a press release, but I also let her know at that time too that there was already an item that was going to be agendized about Jane Fonda with the mayor seconding. And then we had a discussion. She felt that was too long to wait until the May 22nd date. And so she had an idea of, what about a special meeting? So I explained to her there are two ways of having a special meeting. You can have a quorum of the city council, or the mayor can call for a special meeting. So she said that she needed to call Kimberly back anyway, or I'm sorry, not Kimberly, but Vice Mayor Ho back because, she had called her. And so most likely that's what they were going to talk about is what we said. So she went and she talked to Vice Mayor Ho and I said, if you're interested in having a special meeting, just let her know. And so she called her at some point after that conversation. Then I had a missed call. But at the end, I reconnected with her at 10:34 a.m. for a 1-minute call in which she said that, a 1-minute call. And when she said exactly what she said was that, if the mayor wanted to have the special meeting, then that would be fine. And so I suggested, because obviously, it's okay for a council member to try to talk to other council members about having a meeting, but given the fact that, you never know how far that conversation is going to go, I suggested I'll go ahead and call the mayor, not a problem, to prevent a perception of Brown Act violation. So I went and I called the mayor at 10:36 a.m., had a conversation, to which he said that, he didn't think it was urgent, but if there was interest in it on this item, that he would support having a special meeting. So in which case, he said that he was fine with a special meeting. And so that conversation consisted of, well, when are you available? Because always, as practice we've always had, is you have to ask for the mayor's availability and you go down the list to make sure that you're capturing, number one, your quorum, but that the mayor's going to be at your meeting. So that was the conversation to which a date and time was then discussed. On that Friday, we let our our admin assistant know, and she went to contact all the council members to ensure that there would be a quorum. So with that being said, we proceeded with the item, which was initially, Vice Mayor Ho's item with Mayor Nguyen. The content to which we were having the meeting was their item, and so therefore we always treated it as their item because we've never done anything to deviate from 2 members of the council for that item. So I really don't know how far we want to keep going with this, but that's where we're at with, placement of the item and why, her name was not on it, because it was not her item to begin with. She initiated a special meeting, but there was already an item on the table, and that's what this item was a Jane Fonda item.
Just one last question. Did you tell the mayor that Councilwoman from West already initiated to have a special meeting?
So I think there's an issue with the definition of initiating versus calling a meeting. I think that's part of the confusion that we have. Initiating is starting the process or to begin, whereas calling the special meeting was the ultimate announcement of that meeting. So Mayor Nguyen was aware of the interest of Vice Mayor Ho and Councilwoman Fan West to call a meeting to talk about a Jane Fonda proclamation. But it's not the same. Calling the meeting versus initiating are 2 totally separate issues.
Okay, to my understanding is, as a council member, we cannot call for a special meeting. We have to, for instance, if I want to call for a special meeting, I have to have at least, 2 council members to
That's
agree
correct.
with me, right?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
so at least 2 of us have to go through you. Okay, so I think that's once we for this situation, I think initiate a special meeting is calling for a meeting. Just because we cannot violate the Brown Act, so we have to go through you.
And we can't
Is that
personally call
correct?
for the meeting, right?
Yes.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. There are 2 processes in this.
But I
for this
appreciate that,
incident.
I hear the whole story.
Let's say that Vice Mayor Ho called Nam Kwan for a second. You will never see my name on that report, because we have a policy that whenever you call the item, there must be a motion and the second, or the first person and the second person. And if I were not a second person to be asked, then I'm not going to be on that report. So you have to understand, calling for a special meeting, that doesn't mean that your name is on the staff report. Only if you call for an items, okay? That's the policy. So that's the reason why when Vice Mayor Ho called me and asked me for the second, and remember, let me ask Christine. So when I heard your time sequence, who is the one who called you first and placed this item?
Vice Mayor Ho.
Okay, so you have to understand,
For
Vice
May
Mayor
22nd, though.
Vice Mayor Ho called for the items, and I have already seconded, and that's why it's on the report. Have you ever seen that, somebody called for the special meeting is on the staff report? No. It's only people who call for the items. And you have to understand that. I've been explaining to you guys about this at the last meeting. You seem like you don't understand. There is a policy in place for that. So please, number one, it's not you, Councilmember West, calling city manager to start with the item. It was her, that was Vice Mayor Ho, called first. Okay? So
But
number two,
my item is different.
your item,
I was doing something different.
yes, you're doing something different. Let's say that you initiate for the special meeting.
Yes,
Like I
but
said,
I'm doing something different in
and
that
it's
special
not
meeting.
supposed to be in there because there is no policy to saying that you call for, let's say I call for the meeting.
You can.
Let's say I call for a special meeting. My name wouldn't be there. Okay, my name wouldn't be there in the sub report. You have to understand that. The policy is only identify the people who call for the items and who is seconded the item. You can see that many of the items today.
I
thing.
understand, but the item is different. My item for calling for a special meeting is different. I have something completely different to do. But instead of that, I think the mistake is that Christine think that Jane Fonda with Kimberly is the same, but what I want to do is completely different. Instead of asking me what I want, since I call a special meeting, and I can't call the third person because that's a Brown Act, so at least ask me what my Jane Fonda would be like. I'm planning completely different.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I want to emphasize again. If I were called to call the special meeting, my name wouldn't be appear on the staff report because only 2 people who call for the items to expedite the item have their name on it.
Exactly, so
Okay.
it's your and her on the 22nd.
Let's say that we have 3 call for special meeting. Our name are not there. Our name is not in the staff report. I can
That's
tell you
why
that.
we're making a assessment
Now,
tonight.
if that's the case, let me ask the city attorney. My understanding is it's a mayoral authority, and it's customary that I can call for special meeting, and all the 6 years, 5 years that I'm tenure in city council, there only one time it's happened during former Mayor Trita, and it is a mayoral authority to call for the special meeting. Is it customary that before you have 3 votes, you call for 3 people to call for the meeting? Is it customary that they have to go through the mayor first? They only call for the meeting with the 3 council voted on that only when the mayor refused to accept or refused to take the special meeting. Is it correct? Am I correct?
Yeah, what I would say is that the way we have a rule, it says that a special meeting can be initiated by the mayor or by 3 council members. And give our prior practice, and it would be typical that you would first go to the mayor to ask, can you initiate a special meeting? That would be normal process. It's just because the mayor is the mayor. But there's those 2 options, but that would be the normal process. And I think that's the practice that we've exercised here, I think, in the past.
So with that, I think that the city manager did the right thing. So at this point here, do you want to make a motion of?
May I speak?
What-
May I
I
speak?
think you need to let vice
Okay,
mayors.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yeah, I was very surprised by more waste of time, but okay, while we're on the subject, and I think I'm party of this, and so I'd like to just, as you were talking, I looked through my phone, I looked through the text and the timestamp and all that. So I don't know what everybody said, I didn't write it down, but here's my timeline. So on the morning of May 1st, I texted Ms. Corden, city manager, at 9:50 a.m. And so I basically texted that, and I believe I turned that into when, the PRA, Public Record Act, when it was called for. And I said I would like to put on the agenda to denounce the LA supervisor proclaiming April 3rd to honor Jane Fonda, and I attached the ABC7.com article. And that article was sent to me that morning by my husband, very early, 7-ish in the morning. So I said, this is very insensitive action toward the Vietnamese refugee community at the least, and disrespectful to those who gave their lives in the Vietnam War. So then she did ask, and I'm just trying to read my version, what I have, to make sure that it jives with Ms. Corden. And it's from my phone. It says, she asked, who's going to be your second? I have some thoughts about this. That's what Ms. Corden stated. And I said, thoughts are welcome. Those are my initial reaction and thoughts. I am pretty sure Amy will. That's what I did say. I did say that. I just text that. So then that was at 9:50 a.m. Okay, so Ms. Amy West, at 9:52 a.m., I actually called her. I called Councilwoman Van West at 9:52, 2 minutes later, after hanging up, or not hanging up, but after reading and texting Ms. Corden. I tried to call her. She did not answer. At 9:57 a.m., 5 minutes later, I called the mayor, Chief Charlie. He answered, so I asked him to second my agenda, to which he did. And then at 10 a.m., 3 minutes later, Ms. Corden, city manager, I actually was I was successful at contacting her by phone, and I spoke to her for 7 minutes about the content. So what I texted wasn't all. I spoke to her as well, and I spoke to her for 7 minutes. 16 minutes later, Ms. Amy West called me back because she saw my missed call. So I did say, I'm sorry, I did call you, but I don't need any more. I do have a second from the mayor. I can't discuss what it was, but I do have a second. Thank you. And then she said, I'm sorry, I was on the phone with Miss YouTuber Jang Nhật Phong, and that's what she stated. So she spent a lot of time that morning with the YouTuber, and she stated that he gave her advice. And then, so then she asked me, so basically in the same conversation, she asked me if I would second her special meeting and to call for a special meeting, and to which I answered, I said, it doesn't qualify, it doesn't really call for a special meeting. It doesn't fit into the criteria for a special meeting. So I explained to her further, and we left it at that. And I did say, call the mayor. So then, I don't know anything after that, but you heard what you heard, was Ms. Corden called the mayor. But I can attest to that because that was the end of my conversation about the special meeting with Ms. West. And then about an hour later, at 11:07 a.m., Ms. Lynn Duan, the administrative assistant, called me and asked me for my availability to have the special meeting. And my first question was, really? We're going to have a special meeting? And to which she replied, yes. And I said, what about? And she said, to see what the council would want to do about the Jane Fonda story. And so that was it. I gave my availability. Okay, I said, if everybody's going to be there, I'll be there. So then when I asked, I did say that May 22nd would be fine, because knowing that I don't want to have a special meeting and have to obligate everybody to come while April 30th of the next year, 2025, is the next time they're going to honor again Miss Jane Fonda. And so I figured we have plenty of time. But when I asked Ms. Corden, she did say that my resolution will be moved up to that date. And the resolution will be moved up to that date. Why? Because the reason for the special meeting is to discuss what the council would like to do about it. And so the resolution is what I would like to do. I think certainly Ms. West could agendize something on another agenda of her own, and then, when comes the special meeting, it wouldn't be just my resolution and my agenda only to speak of. So, but she didn't do that. My conclusion is, here's the thing. I just acted faster because, and this is, this is a fact, is because I'm more experienced. And so I didn't have to hop on the phone to talk to somebody else. And I know that Ms. West, at the last meeting, you did state from the dais that you spoke to Supervisor Andrew Doe, and then I know that you told me you spoke to YouTuber Zheng Yafeng, et cetera. And so that's what I see, is that you could have agendized something yourself, but when my agenda appeared, and that was the only thing that was on this, actually, that was to my surprise, because who called, somebody called this special meeting, so my agenda was pushed up to that date because that was something relating to the same subject matter, and that was a Jane Fonda day. And so I just think, it's about, so I'm going to leave it at that. So I'll give it the floor back to you.
I just want to touch base that you didn't second Councilmember West for the special meeting.
No, I did not, because I said that it was not appropriate because it doesn't fit into criteria, and I said that last time also, is that it's nothing urgent. It could wait until the 22nd,
Okay.
or it could be walked on the 8th.
So I could conclude that at that time,
That's not true.
Councilmember
You
West
said-
didn't have the second.
Correct.
That's
Okay.
incorrect, because Kimberly, you know what you said, and you know what? If you
I know
need
what
me
I
to
said.
pull my AT&T record of that, I will be more than happy to pull that conversation. And then it will prove that you said if the mayor is okay with it, then we got the quorum, and you're okay with it. And I can pull that record. If you need to, I will pull and show proof of it. I have no shame, because I know that's what we talk about.
First of all,
so
I
therefore,
talked to you,
Kimberly,
I
you
did
are
have
lying
a
again.
conversation with you at 10:16. I did say that.
All right.
And I did say
I
that.
think that you both have enough, present on this item. Let me call on.
I've been taking notes, so.
Yeah, let me call on Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, seems like I'm on the outside looking in, but doesn't look so good. An observation, I guess, there's been more coverage and more talk, not only here at council, at the dais and the council meeting, but off and on the YouTubes and all that. There's been more conversation about getting credit than the actual issue about the issue at hand with the Jane Fonda Day. To me, is like obviously the priorities are not really where the issue. It's more priority who gets credit than actually the issue that at hand. So that's kind of, I don't know what the right word for that is, but it's like, it's kind of funny, really. It's like, here we are at another meeting talking yet about credit and interrogating city manager, interrogating council members, interrogating the mayor, all for getting credit. Now, where does that part fall under the code of ethics and the code of conduct? I don't know, but it just doesn't seem right. I think we need to end this conversation and reassess our priorities. I have some questions for. I was, reading the staff report here about some of the proposals from this agenda item about having 3 names on an agenda for whoever caused a special meeting. But my question is to the city attorney is that when do we ever have 3 names of 3 council members' names on an agenda. Is that legally possible to have three names of three council members' names on an agenda?
This is
As far as the initiation?
Yeah,
If they're initiating a
Yeah, we
meeting
don't
and/or-
typically put the names for calling a meeting or, what the council has agreed to is that if to call it, then they put it on the agenda. And so that's been something we've discussed in the past. If you call an agenda item, we would give the person's name on it. And in this case, two would get their name on it, but calling a meeting, that's not something that is typically, because there, as has been said, you could have more than one item on an agenda.
yeah.
There might be 10 items on the agenda.
Yeah.
In which case, it's not really relevant.
So
When you
it's not
call a
the-
meeting, who called it.
Yeah.
And in most cases, special meetings are called by the mayor. So it's, that's just practice.
Yeah, and do you see it being problematic going as proposed to have three names on an agenda as far as initiation of a meeting?
I think that is doable, actually, in terms of, if you follow a process. I'm always concerned if you've got three council members talking. That's a real big concern, so there's Brown Act concerns there. So what I've said is, one person talk to another, are they interested, and then get someone else like a city manager involved to get the third. That makes it clear that there wasn't a discussion that happened. But assuming you followed that process on an agenda item, putting it on the agenda, yeah, you could put the three names.
But my question, this is what the issue that I have at hand is
So it's
that,
not legal.
why do you keep talking? I mean, I didn't
didn't know my
interrupt
thing
you.
was-
Mayor, did I interrupt her? No. The issue that I'm having, that I'm asking you is that it's not, and this is one of the issues, I don't want to be on the gray line. I don't want to have the optics of there being a Brown Act violation. So in your professional and legal opinion, in order to keep us out of trouble, what is the best practice? To either have three names on there or not have three names on there?
Well, we have no rule right now.
No, I know.
So
I'm not
the
asking
rule
you
is
if
you
have
put
a
an
rule.
agenda item on, it's two names.
I'm asking you.
So you're speculating, if we had a rule that said it would take three council members to put an item on the agenda, could you put three names? I would say yes, you could do that. And I would suggest that process that I just mentioned, which is to not have them discussing amongst each other, have that third one done in some way that avoids discussion.
But, I mean,
In
we've
which
always-
case, yes,
yes,
legally you could.
So we've always talked about, and you read the Code of Ethics, you read all these things that we talk about, Brown Act, and the Brown Act states that you don't want to give the perception of a Brown Act violation. So my question to you is to keep us out of legal trouble, would you, instead of saying you can do it if you do it this way, I would say if your concern is for our city as a whole, to advise council, you know what, this is not something you can do, this is what you should do in order to prevent a perception of a Brown Act violation, because that is safer legally to keep our city out of legal trouble. It's always about writing the gray line. I don't want to write the gray line. I want it for our city to be safe from litigation. So the last thing we want to do is give the public the perception that there's three council members in the back room having a discussion about the agenda item and the decision already has been made. So why do you even have a meeting? That's what the perception would be by having three names on an agenda. And if the concern of a city attorney is to protect the city, I would think that that's what your recommendation would be. Not, let's find a way to do it. You can do it if you do it this way. No. If
You asked if legally.
If you read the Brown Act,
Yes,
you don't want to have a perception of a violation.
Yeah, I always advocate for all the time, for doing things in a way that does not give the appearance of impropriety, and I will continue to do that. And as I said before, we don't currently have a rule that puts 3 names on.
No, I understand that.
And that was, but you asked me if you followed all those processes, would that be legal? And I said yes.
Okay.
So I wasn't trying to advocate for anything that would give an appearance of impropriety.
Okay, well, that's my issue, that we don't want to give the appearance, and if I were going to err on the side of caution, I would advise not to do that. The current process that we have, it works. We have the mayor can initiate it, and 3 other council members. It takes 3 other council members to agree via the city manager, and you don't need to put their names on the agenda of who the 3 council members were. You don't need to put the mayor's name on there if he initiated it solely. What is most important in this community? Who gets credit, or fixing our financial issues, fixing our revenue issues? We have so many hours and hours and hours of this, getting credit for this and getting credit for that, but yet when we have issues that we're going to have, we can be dipping into our revenue for over $2 million year after year after year. We don't want to talk about how can we bring money into our city. Nobody wants to talk about cannabis. We've had this very minimal discussion. We don't want to talk about the important things that are happening in our community, about the blight, about the homeless, about the boarded up buildings, but we want to talk about who gets credit. Really? We've talked about it here, been on the YouTubes for weekends and weekends about credit, but yet nothing. How much talk was it about actually trying to get the LA supervisors to change and amend their resolution? Very little.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Councilmember West, I'll let you go one more round.
Thank
and,
you.
Councilmember Nguyen, if you have, then I will give you right now after Councilmember West, then we'll make a decision on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of this agenda, let me rephrase it again on the subject, request to revise the process for placement of agenda item when it's a special meeting. We don't have that in place, and it's confusion. That's why we're bringing this up, to have a policy where we can follow in the future so we don't have the gray area like Mr. Menzo was talking about. But that's the reason why we have this, is for us, council, to talk about it. Of course, like I mentioned to you guys on the Jane Fonda with some of the critics, why we bring this agenda to the special meeting is because the council can chew gum and walk at the same time, like all of you guys can. It's not that we're electing the homeless or the potholes when we're bringing this up. This is a policy situation that we're talking about, so we don't ever walk on the gray area. And that's why we're addressing this. So that way we don't fight over it in the future. And I'm okay with us modifying however you guys think is right for the special meeting. And with the city attorney, he say legally, yes, you can have 3 names on the special meeting if the council call for it. And then with the exception of the 3rd person, either through the city manager or someone else talk to the 3rd person to get that quorum. That's totally fine. That's legal. If that's legal, then it's okay to have the name on it. That doesn't mean we have talked to each other or say, hey, vote yes on this. We've not. So that's the procedure. That's what we did on this special meeting, special call for the meeting. We didn't talk to the 3rd person. We have Christine talk to the 3rd person. So what we're saying is have an agenda where we would never have this happen again in the future. Just something that's clear, white and black and white, so we can see it. And like the city attorney said, there's nothing wrong with having 3 if the council tonight vote to okay with that. And then the other thing is, I want to let you guys know that I sent the press release that I did of Jane Fonda at 9:31 on May 1st.
Doesn't matter.
You, Kimberly, call Christine at 9:50 a.m. to talk about the agenda. I have known about Jane Fonda, April 30th at 5:33 p.m. And the thing is that we're not talking about who have credit. This is just talking about so there won't be any confusion. If imagine in the future you call for a special meeting, what would you like? You know, and I don't care what, you know, I do care what you want. So that's why I'm bringing this out so there's no confusion. We have a policy that we fall back on. So tonight, if the council want to propose to say it's okay to have those who call as a council, call for a special meeting, have all three names on there, and we already know the protocol where we won't violate the Brown Act. If that's okay with you guys to have that, then I'm okay with it. So that way it's clear. And that's all I'm asking tonight. That's why this is on the agenda. It's just for clarification and a policy that we have it as black and white. That's all I'm asking.
Councilmember West, I just want to remind you, it doesn't matter how early that you know about this process. The time that you are in calling the city manager and ask to have the item and you have the second, that's when it counts. Doesn't matter that you wrote the press release a day before, it doesn't matter. You know, you understand that?
I
so
understand.
Don't mention about it, please. Now, at the same time, I think that I agree with Councilmember Menzo that, you know, we don't want to risk to have the three council members, you know, talking to each other. And let ask this question: is it process broken? I don't see it until you mention about it, and it's not broken to to all of us. We don't see it as a broken process, and if it's not broken, why need to fix it? So at this time, I think that we have enough talking about this discussion about this item. I would like to entertain if there's a motion for this.
I want to make a motion, Mayor. If correct me if I'm wrong, either city attorney. If this is not currently, if there currently isn't a policy for, and I believe there is, because right now the mayor can solely call a special meeting, and then 3 council members can call a special meeting.
Yes,
so my
that's
motion,
the process.
That's the process. So my motion is, when it comes to a special meeting process, that no name be placed on the agenda. If it was the mayor solely or 3 council members solely, that no name gets put on the agenda. And that's my motion. As far as who called the special meeting, that's my, because that's what's happening now. So let's put it in writing, so move forward.
Is there a second to that?
Of course, I second that, yes.
Okay. Is there any substitute motion for this?
I have a substitute motion, but I think Christine want to say something. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, so we don't put any names on an agenda, we put names on a staff report, because when there's a special meeting, sometimes there is a staff report, and sometimes there's not, so.
I don't want any names on who called the special meeting, either the mayor solely or the 3 agreeing council members. There doesn't need to be any credit for the way that the special meeting occurred.
And there's not.
I know,
So-
but
okay, so on
I just want to put it in black and white if it's not in black and white. It's not written.
Well, I just want to correct that. If there are 3 person, calling for their special meeting, and that's my understanding is that you don't want to have any potential violation of the Power Act. But once the mayor is calling for it, let's say that none of you guys initiate anything, and there's no urgency that I need to call the meeting, I believe that in staff report, it has to say the mayor called for this special report.
Well, so when a special meeting is called, you have an agenda, you have a notice and call of special meeting, in which a notice and call of special meeting has announced that there's going to be a special meeting. In the staff report, if a staff report is going to exist for an item, it would have.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The item is going to have whoever initiated the item. What I'm saying about how did the special meeting occur? Doesn't need to be a name saying this special meeting is called because there's 3 council members and list the 3 council members, or this special meeting is called because the mayor.
It usually just says that the mayor has called a special meeting, or it says a quorum of the city council on the notice and call for a special meeting.
With no names.
There's never been names. It's not traditional to put names. It's just not standard practice to
Then
put names
that's
on
fine.
an agenda.
Yeah.
But are we talking about the agenda, or are we talking about
No,
the staff report?
The names of who actually called the special meeting. Isn't that what we're talking about?
But we're talking about the names on a staff report, not on the agenda, because we never put names on the agenda.
That's the way it should be.
First of all, may I speak,
Christine's saying
Mr.
the agenda item
Mayor?
has name of Kimberly and Charlie, because we need to have someone who's working on that agenda item. Is that correct, Christine?
So there are like
Nothing.
there are like 5 different issues that are married into this whole thing right now. So on an actual agenda for a special meeting, there are no names of who called a special meeting. A notice and call, which is attached to an agenda for a special meeting, generally just says the mayor has called for a special meeting, because that's generally the first point of, who's calling a special meeting. Or in the very rare instance of 3, a quorum of the city council. So those are the 2, that would be the language that you would traditionally see. Okay. On the staff report itself, that's tied to a special meeting. It would be the first, whoever the initiator of the report, and that person's second, but the names would be on the staff report.
Yeah.
So that's completely different. I'm not sure which one we're actually.
That's what you just described. That's exactly what it needs.
Okay. So I'm going to step back on the item. Okay. So your motion is for the staff report or for the agenda?
No, on the front. Because that's what's being argued, isn't it? That
Staff report.
It's the front of the staff
the
report.
front of the staff report.
Yes.
No names, either the
No,
mayor
okay.
or a quorum.
Okay, so I'm going to go into the
wait.
logistic nightmare
Could I
of.
just interrupt? I believe there's an argument that her name needs to be on my agenda. And that's the argument, is that what is being discussed in the special meeting is my agenda. And Ms. West thinks that her name should be on my agenda. But why is her name on my agenda when it's my agenda? I never asked to be, I don't understand that.
Well,
So that's, okay, so that, I just want to clarify that.
May I make a statement quick on that? Basically, the item that you have as a second, as the mayor, is for May 22nd on some Jane Fonda stuff. But for me, when I call this is a different things that I want for the Jane Fonda for the special meeting. And what Christine should have asked is who's my second, so we can work on that special meeting Jane Fonda. Not your May 22nd Jane Fonda. It might be something different. But for me, I wanted something different for the Jane Fonda. But instead of Christine giving me that privilege to work on my Jane Fonda issue, you use Kimberly agenda, whatever she wanted, versus what I wanted for my
If I may jump in right here, I think this might be the misunderstanding, is that my agenda, I did say that I'm okay with pushing it towards May 22nd. It should not be an urgent item, but when the special meeting was approved by the mayor, and the mayor called these special meeting, the subject matter was to discuss what the council members want to do with the Jane Fonda issue. So my agenda went to that, it basically moved to that special meeting because there was a special meeting regarding the same matter, the same subject matter. And so you, Ms. West, could have just agendized and they say, hey, this is what I want to do. And then you
I was
could
never
make that,
asked.
you don't need to be asked, like, are you being asked
Well,
now?
do I need to tell Christine
no.
how I want my, does she have to
Yes, you
Why
can,
didn't
you
you
can
ask
put
her?
on the
You have to help me
agenda,
craft it.
whatever you like, whatever you like, you
like a
just tell her.
courtesy, you
I
know,
I
like
wasn't
a colleague.
asked,
No,
I just
now
told
I'm gonna
her.
ask you to ask me as a courtesy.
All right,
What?
okay, all right.
Why didn't you ask her?
I think that we
Ask
have
her
to-
what?
Ask her to be your second,
Okay,
since she asked you first, like a courtesy, like a college to college.
She didn't ask me first about what?
I have to
Well,
call
I think we
you.
talked-
She did not ask me first. I did not speak to Ms. West until after I asked Mayor. I did, right. I asked Mayor to second, and then Ms. West called in, to which I answered her. I said, I already spoke to the mayor, and so I don't want to discuss it now. So then, I'm saying that when you when you wanted to be in, to have this special meeting, you could agendize, and that is by right.
Yeah, but I
It's
need
like in
the
the
help
meeting.
of staff to craft my agenda.
Whatever you want, you could tell staff. I told staff that,
But, so maybe what we should do, Christine, I'm thinking if there's two agenda for different dates, maybe you present both of that agenda out, and then the council vote on which one they want. Maybe that might fix the problem.
So I think part of the conversation, part of the conversation that you and I had when we were on the phone as well, when you called me to tell me that you wanted to do a press release about the Jane Fonda, and you were clearly, you were clearly upset that the Jane Fonda proclamation was even a thing, and that's why, we needed to, you said that we needed to do something about it, and we needed to denounce it, and that's where I had said that, there was already an item being placed that, for discussion. So
On May 22nd,
But-
I don't
but-
know what that is.
But I don't. But the whole point of placing an item on the agenda is they wanted an item on the agenda for May 22nd. So they didn't feel like there was an urgency, but it's still the same topic. And the topic, just because you put an item on the agenda and you suggested a date, doesn't tie the item to that date. So if you express your interest in talking about a Jane Fonda proclamation, that it was, that the council needed to do something about it, and so it's still essentially the same item.
No, I disagree, because my item is going to be different of how the procedure will be. But you never asked how I want it, because I'm waiting for staff to help me craft that up.
I guess that we have enough discussion about it. I don't think that we have the whole night to go over, over and over again. So at this point, I know that we have a motion on the floor, a motion and second on the floor. Is there a substitute motion?
Yes, so I just want to affirm, Mr. Manzo, you say your procedure for
No,
this
that's-
special call is no name at all?
No, that's, after speaking to the city manager, the way you describe the current policy is what we need to keep going for, continue with.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay. All right, so your
So,
What's
Wait.
the motion?
So we really
your
don't even
motion
need
then?
to.
The motion was continue with the current policy.
Continue with the
That's what I just heard.
policy.
which is, can you please explain?
Which is the mayor
So
can
we have
solely,
everything clear,
the mayor can solely call a special meeting,
which I agree to,
and 3 council members can call a special meeting,
I agree to.
but they're not, and then listed on the agenda as is. A quorum of the 3 council members call the special meeting if that's the case, or if the mayor solely does it, the mayor called the special meeting on the agenda. The items, as far as the agenda item itself, is whoever has the first and the second, and like the same standard, the same process we have currently right now. Just keep it all as is.
So
So if there's a no say, substitute motion, I will make a substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I do.
My substitute motion is
have
to
a
take no action on this item because you want to go back to what it was before.
No, I have
It's
a
the same
substitute
thing.
motion. No,
Okay.
I wanted to do something else.
Okay.
Basically, my substitute motion is I agree with Mr. Menzo on all of those. So if that's the policy we want, then that's fine. But the thing is that with the agenda, do you want, I think what Christine is saying, the policy we have right now, is that two to call for, on the agenda?
Yeah, so the problem with this whole item, at the end of the day, is there was an item, the topic is what was wanting to be discussed, but because there seemed to be, now that we know after the fact, competing interests for this particular item, I need to know as staff now that if there are multiple items, what does the council want to do about those multiple reports? Are we going to now have competing staff reports? My impression, on the same subject, my impression was that because there was already going to be an item that was to essentially denounce the Jane Fonda Proclamation, whatever that looks like, right? Create the baseline, and if there were other if there was other feedback or input that the rest of the council wanted to provide it to that, including adopting something completely different from what the original thing was, that was also an option. So my question to protect staff and myself at this juncture is, I want to know, what does the council want to do with the staff reports and giving credit at this point? Because I'm not going to sit there and write multiple reports necessarily on the same topic. So what does the council want to do about those reports?
Mayor, may I speak?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, so it's as, it makes sense that we, it's whatever we've been doing. If it's the same topic, say, for instance, the same thing, denouncing, the Jane Fonda thing, then that's already on the agenda. And so whoever already, if that's already agendized, you would have to, the person has to find, have a different agenda. Otherwise, you cannot write 2 or 3 different, of the same thing, 2 different or 3 different reports of the same.
I cannot work, if there's more than one person, if there's more than 2 people on the report, and I'm trying to craft out, like, let's say 3 of you want to talk about your a Jane Fonda item. We're just going to use that as the example. There becomes a point in time where it's problematic that if I'm talking to all 3 of you about an item, then that clearly is a Brown Act violation in trying to craft the report. So we're trying to, again, whatever it is that this council decides you want to do, I just need to know what that is clearly. And I, these are, I know I've used the term deficiencies facetiously. It is not deficiencies. It's really, we've been using the same practice over time, but at this juncture, I just need to know what the council would like to do.
I actually second Mr. Menzo. I agree with his policy.
No,
Yeah, I agree with what you said.
I want to retract my motion. To me, it's to just stay as
What is the
is.
current process right now? Can you tell us?
For a special meeting or just
Yes,
an
for
agenda?
special meeting.
For a special meeting. So calling of a special meeting, so we'll start with calling of a special meeting. Calling of a special meeting is a mayor or a quorum of the council. That's it.
That's it.
So that is the only way you get a meeting called.
All right.
Now, yes,
I have a question for you,
Okay.
City Manager.
yes.
Let's say that for this example of what happened with this one, so the Vice Mayor, obviously, she called you about this particular item, this idea she has, and then the mayor seconded, right? So let's say you go forward, right? And we have the meeting, we have the discussion. If another council member or a majority of the council makes an amendment to what is written on the staff report, doesn't that reflect in the minutes? So if that's the case, then there would be in the minutes of who made a motion, who made a second, and who voted for what, reflected in the minutes currently. So if you have two competing, 2 ideas that are very similar, whoever initiated first with their second, that's the way you move forward with the agenda item. And then during the discussion, amendments can be made, and that would be reflected in the minutes.
So the other idea, so once upon a time, the staff reports that were council requested items were very vanilla. They were absolutely just plain 2 sentences, such and such requested this item, the end. And it was the burden of the city council member to present your items at the dais. And maybe that's a recommendation at this point to take staff out of, having to figure out this and that we go back to, if council initiates you have a special meeting and there's an agenda item that you want to talk about, to eliminate all that, it's just a 2-sentencer from staff that says, XYZ, wanted to discuss this. There's really no real substance in it, and it's the burden of the council to make that discussion. Because remember, special meetings get called oftentimes at the very last minute as well, and it places a huge burden on staff to craft some of the much more extensive reports just to get it out within a 24-hour time frame. And so, that's also a discussion to eliminate this, because otherwise, I could essentially be sitting writing 2 to 3 competing reports on a special meeting.
Okay, Councilmember West, right now, for the whole council, I entertain the motion if there is any.
I actually agree with
he
Mr. Menzo. You withdraw?
withdraw his.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding is the policy we already have right now is that the mayor call, of course, the mayor's name on it, the council call, the majority of the council call for the special meeting. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. If that's the policy you guys want, I'm fine with that. Now, also for the agenda, on who's working on the agenda is usually, from what Mr. Menzo is saying, is that whoever submit the second person first, then therefore that agenda will be worked on, so Christine doesn't have to work on 2 or 3 other competing, same mindset, but it's a little different. So I agree to that. So if that's what we're gonna do moving forward, everyone's on the same page, then that's what we're gonna do, and I'm okay with that.
I still don't understand your motion, so say that again, and
Now, from my understanding of what Christine just mentioned, I agree with that, and I'm okay with it.
what is that?
Basically, okay, so what we
Yes.
have right now, I approve to keep it as is what we already have. So we don't have to modify anything. We just keep as it.
You know what, there's one very important item.
Unless Nam Quang
May-
has something.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Sure, please.
check one thing into this? There's one thing that we have mentioned earlier, but we don't have a chance to talk about it today, is we want to implement an expiration day for the item that, sitting there, for like more than 6 months or like 3 months. Okay, what we're going to do about that?
Okay,
It's not going to sit there forever.
well, it's up to you guys if you guys want to make any motion for that. But we went over an hour on this item, and what I heard from Councilmember West, that keep it as.
As I agree with
it as
the old
is.
policy
That
we
means-
have for
that
that
means-
section, but the
Okay.
other one is different. What Nam Quang requests is something different
So-
of a general item that you request.
Keep it as is, that's the same as take no action.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so,
But then with what what Councilmember Nam Quang suggests is a 2 full. So basically,
I don't-
he's asking if there is an item, say, Mr. Menzo want to bring it up about the RVs and say, should we have him work with staff for 6 months? And then if nothing go about it, then it die, and then whoever, maybe a year later, want to bring it up and they want to work on it, then maybe that's the time, maybe 6 months or a year timeframe. I don't know. That's why
Mayor,
I think.
may I have,
Councilmember West.
May I make a suggestion?
Let me go back again. What is your motion?
Well, I am looking into, it seems like there's a twofold to this agenda. First is a special meeting that we already ironed it out. Okay, we're going to keep it as, no action for the first one. The second item, the second point we're talking about is basically, I don't know if this should be agendized, Mr. Nam Quang. Do you want to
Mayor,
agendize
I
that
have a
for the second
suggestion.
one?
May I speak?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, if I could suggest,
can
if I
split
could
into two.
suggest that we bifurcate this item and into two. So the first part is the one that you just said no action, or we vote on that first, and then the second part, we vote on that.
So the second
Because it
part-
only makes sense since,
Yes, I think we can do that. So for first part is about the about special meeting. Okay, and you want to keep at us?
The
which is-
first as is, the second part we should
No,
vote
I'm
split
talking
into.
about the first one. We divided into two already,
Yeah.
okay? So the second item that Nampa mentioned about, we are not talking about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about special calling for the special meeting. You want to keep it as is?
Yeah, like
Okay.
take no action, like what you
Take no
said.
action.
Yeah.
Okay, so I second that. And we'll talk about the second part.
so can we vote?
We have a motion and second for calling for a special meeting. And we want to keep it as is.
Yeah, no action.
Okay, no action.
Okay. So I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen to take no action. I'll go ahead and take roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Are we doing the first motion or the second?
This is about the special meeting, no action.
Take no action.
Okay, I say yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, for the record, that I am not 100% agree on this, but for the sake of the peace of the council, I say yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
It's just that I don't understand that we spent over an hour talking about this and we came to the same, all right? So, I don't know why we are wasting our time and wasting people's times here. I hope that next time when we place an item to be discussed at the city council meeting, we need to look deeply into that, not to waste the council times or staff time. So my vote is yes.
Okay, motion carried 5-0.
Okay, then the second item is specifically about the expiration for the items.
Yeah, the agenda is broken down into revising the process for placing on items on the agenda, and this would fall within that. So, should somebody be allowed to put something on the agenda when somebody else has already put it on and you want to set an expiration date? So that's the first part of the agenda item.
Is that currently happen right now, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody wants to make a motion.
Yes, I motion to.
No, before
agree.
you make motion, I'd like to ask, is there any things happen right now for us to decide on that? Is there any outstanding items that they haven't been resolved or?
So we do have items that that are pending, if you will.
Okay.
And some of those take they take longer than others because they're ordinance or research-based, et cetera. But there are a few items that we do have that are outstanding.
How long ago?
So there's one of your items that's being worked on, that's an ordinance. That one is probably going on about it's about 5 months right now.
Okay.
You know, there was an item that you had initially put on a list that you wanted to, you know, do at a later date, but instead it was brought up earlier else, you know, in another method. But there was no rush for it to be put on when you placed it on. So
Right.
it would have essentially been like, you know, 5-6 months from the time that you had placed it as well. So, but that, you know, it just, there are a few items that are
Okay.
pending.
Let's say that my item is about to expire. Can I reinitiate that before it's expired?
Well, since we don't have an expiration right now, but are you saying hypothetically, if
Let's say if the council approves that.
that's really going to be up to the council if you decided to put it back or not? I mean, we'd still be essentially working on the same item, but maybe
Well-
somebody else's?
To me, when I put an item, I carefully review it or make a judgment whether we need to have it at this time or not. If there's no rush, I'm not going to push staff because, understand that staff have, a lot of things on their plates already. If you decide to have set an expiration date on the item that you want to make sure that it's expired at a certain time, then I would think that we would allow for the originator to go back and say that, yeah, I would like to extend that. I still want to consider that item. Because there's no point for them to drop their item that they can't bring it back again. So that's my point.
I second that. I think that's totally fine. Councilmember Nam Quang, do you think that is fair?
Okay, you know what? That's a suggestion. I personally think that we should have a clear policy to safeguard a certain case that might happen in the future. So it's up to the council. That's what I suggest you to do. I don't want, when in the future when we encounter a situation like that, and then we're going to spend hours and hours fighting like this. That's not what I want. Okay.
So
up
with
to
your
you guys.
proposal is that you want 6 months and no one can renew that. Is that what you're saying? But the mayor said he wants to ask.
Okay, I might increase it to 9 months or years, So, but it got to be an expiration date.
It seems to me that there's not necessary because we have never encountered with this kind of situation. So I don't see why we have to do that. So. But up to council, if you want to move, then I will entertain the motion.
Mayor, yeah, because I know I have an item that is still being worked on, and it's not an issue that, like the city manager just mentioned earlier, it takes research and time. And
Correct.
So I mean, it's not. The burden, it shouldn't be on the council members if it's taking, in this instance, is being dragged on. I know the city attorney actually forgot about it for a while, and then it got reinitiated, and it's been dragging on. So,
Okay.
it's not my fault that
You know
it's
what?
taking longer. So, if it's an issue, an item that takes a lot of research and time, I mean, I don't know if you want to put an expiration date. We'd be putting more of a crunch time on staff to get it done in time.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, you know what? There's going to be, might be a change in city councils, in the next election. So, for instance, if you put an item on an agenda and some vice mayor will second you. But then, she's no longer be here, for the next election. That's just a simple. And then your item is what? Just only you on the, introduce that item.
No.
Okay, so then what happened?
You don't have to, go ahead.
So the process on placing an item on the agenda, staff would make every concerted effort, and we would guarantee that your item would be on before you're off the council. So that would not be a scenario. That wouldn't be the scenario. And once the council member is gone, there's really no obligation for us to continue moving forward with the item.
Correct. So I don't see the necessary
Okay,
for help. So,
Mr. Mayor, can I?
yes, please.
Can I ask? All right, so for that particular case,
Yes.
okay, so the item is no longer, in the process, right?
Yes.
If
Okay,
the
so
council is not here.
Other council members with a second, with his or her second gonna be, taken over, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so that's why I
So,
want to hear.
Okay.
is there a motion to it? If not,
I thought that was, I think she clarified, so we're all on the same page.
okay, so there is no motion.
So,
If you want to make a motion, this is your.
I know, but my item, the purpose is to make sure we have a clear policy. And I guess.
And it
what
seemed like he's
Christine-
clear about it.
Yeah, so what Christine, you verify is that, say, an item, say Menzo election.
All right, so
coming. Let
again,
me please
Yeah,
verify,
please.
is that okay?
Okay,
Because
go
I
ahead.
want to be on the same page,
Sure.
all of us.
okay.
So therefore, say the item is the camper, mobile home, whatever, okay? And then
Yes.
Menzo didn't get elected, so therefore that item dropped. Is that what you're saying?
So, yeah, so when an item is placed on the agenda, you have your maker and you have your second. So we will guarantee that an item gets placed on, aside from anything that legally disallows us to place the item on the agenda. So if there's a reason why we can't put an item on anymore, that's obviously out of our control, then we wouldn't put it on. But we would put an item on as long as the council member is still in office. But if the council member is no longer a council member, then that item that he or she had is back in the pool of yeah,
That's
it's
the
no,
policy we
yeah, we
have.
wouldn't be,
Yeah,
we could not be putting on anything anymore because
Right.
that person's no longer around. Or the
So
second, they'd have to get a second.
Yeah,
So
so
it-
council member,
Yeah.
Nam Quang, I just feel like the policy we already have, I think it verifies.
So
So I
If
guess
I-
that's no action, right? Take no action?
I think that we have consensus that we take no action for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to vote on this?
You have?
Legally, no.
Okay.
If you want to, you can.
Well, I want to move to take no action on this.
Oh, I already called for that, but yes. I call for no action, remember?
Okay, do it.
I call for no action, and
Okay.
Mr. Mayor just agreed to that. So can we call for the vote, so we have it on record?
I don't mind. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Okay. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen to take no action. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West, yes?
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. All right, time well spent. The next item is item, all right, next item is going to be oral communications for non-agenda item. So at this time, I would like to open for non-agenda items. Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and read the instruction into record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and the city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Min Vu. She's not here. Jean Vesley. Not here. Jason Doan. Kai Dow.